Chapter 394. Jeans Wufeng and Pan Ming waited outside for the time it took to drink a cup of tea before they saw Yu Shu walk out from behind the screen. She did not look like she had stage fright, and Jeans Wufeng heaved a sigh of relief. Amidst a wave of whispered discussions, Yu Shu walked over to stand behind the table, and then she looked at Han Wenguang's disciples once more while a mouthful of resentment was stored in her chest, yet she didn't impatiently reveal it. She discussed it with Shui Rui earlier, and they would surely not allow this group of people to retreat unscathed today. I am sorry to have kept you waiting. I drank some wine today and my mind is not clear. After drinking a bowl of soup to sober up, I feel much better. Yu Shu fiddled with the pottery brush holder on the table and said confidently, I will not be modest in the next 2 rounds. The moment she said this, the female fortune-teller became unhappy and said unhappily, Who wants you to be modest? If you have the ability, then win against us. What is the point of just talking? A 9th-rank fortune-teller dared to be so rude to a 4th-rank fortune-teller like Yu Shu. It must be said that the loss just now had greatly boosted the other party's morale and killed Yu Shu's prestige. Yu Shu was not angry. She took the teacup from Lin Fu's hand and slowly took a sip. She asked Jeans Wufeng, Is it Jean Da's turn to calculate the 2nd round? Yes. Jeans Wufeng stood up with a smile. Female fortune-teller will start first, or should I? Yu Shu raised her hand. Wait, why don't we talk about the competition later? I have a suggestion, but I don't know if you will agree. Jeans Wufeng asked suspiciously. What suggestion? Please speak. Yu Shu frowned. Since you want to compete with me, there will be wins and losses. Shouldn't there be an explanation? Otherwise, if I win for nothing, there will be no benefit at all. On the contrary, if I lose, the embarrassment is secondary. More importantly, it will be a waste of my reputation as a fortune-teller. Wouldn't I be wrong then? This. Jeans Wufeng sneered inwardly. She was still thinking of winning, but her words were straightforward. Then what do you think? Yu Shu wiped the lid of the teacup. He sneered in his heart and said, If I win, in front of all these guests today, the few of you will bow to me, serve me tea, and admit defeat. I don't want anything else. Give me the seal specially made for you by the Celestial Commissioner. Didn't they want to start a new life? Then she would fulfill their wish. Hearing this, Jeans Wuming, Pan Ming, and the others' expressions changed at the same time. They looked at each other, and none of them dared to agree. The seal specially made by the Celestial Commissioner was a symbol of their identity as a great fortune-teller. It was also an honor. Wasn't giving it away the same as slapping himself in the face? How about it? It's just a suggestion. If you're afraid of losing and don't dare to agree, then forget it. Yu Shu smiled, indicating that she wouldn't force them. Then he said lazily, But this kind of battle is too boring. Forgive me for not being interested in the next 2 matches. If you don't agree, then I won't play with you anymore. The 5 of them were stunned. The female fortune-teller, Lu Ting, reacted the quickest. She pulled on Jeans Wuming's back and whispered, Senior brother, I think she's trying to find a way to shirk responsibility. We can't let her succeed. Jeans Wuming nodded slightly. He also felt that Yu Shu had lost 1 match and had thoughts of retreating. He remembered what his master had said before he left. No matter what, he had to suppress this fortune-teller's limelight. He had to ruthlessly step on her. Just 1 victory wasn't enough. Fine, we'll do as you say. If you win, we will definitely do as you say. Good. Yu Shu put down the teacup. Her eyes lit up. The moment this agreement was announced, the guests in the restaurant couldn't help but become excited. Most of the spectators had the same mentality, hoping for the matter to blow up as much as possible. Shui Rui stood behind the flower rack and looked at the scene in the restaurant. Even though he felt uneasy, he still laughed at Yu Shu's shameless move. Jean Ming saw Yu Shu's expression and couldn't help but feel apprehensive. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he didn't think too much about it. He walked forward and stood behind the table, asking her who would go first. Yu Shu held a pen in one hand and said, "Great fortune teller Jean is already prepared. Go first and let me think for a moment." Jean Ming nodded and a trace of confidence flashed in his eyes. He said, "In the Chamber of Commerce, there are 8 chairs arranged in a row. The 4 stewards will take their seats and each of them will occupy a seat. Coincidentally, there are 3 empty chairs in the middle. Let me ask you, how many seating arrangements can there be?" Yu Shu had just lost once and was too careless. She listened attentively to his question. The corner of her mouth twitched and she almost couldn't hold back her laughter. This kind of seating arrangement seemed simple, but it was actually a hidden mystery. If it was in ancient times, the only way to solve it was to list it one by one. It was time-consuming and troublesome, and it was easy to make mistakes. It would take at least 1 to 4 hours to solve it. The other party was obviously making things difficult for them. How could they know that a few hundred years later, there would be a genius who researched a magical mathematical theory called permutation and combination? Yu Shu held back her smile and wrote down the question word by word on a piece of paper. In just a short while, someone had already calculated and argued in a low voice, "This question isn't difficult, right? I think I have 3 ways to arrange it." "It's not 3. It's clearly 5. Like this, you are all wrong. There are more than 10 ways." Shui Rui turned his head and looked at Pei Jing and He Fangji, who had heard the news and rushed down from upstairs to watch. He said, "Does Mr. Pei have a solution for this question?" Pei Jing frowned and looked at Yu Shu's young and vigorous back worriedly. He said, "It's troublesome. You have to arrange it one by one. According to my estimation, there are more than 100 ways. I'm just afraid that she will miss it." Shui Rui pondered. He Fangji was not proficient in mathematics like him, so he could only ask Pei Jing, who was a great mathematician. "In your opinion, what are the chances of Xiao Yu winning?" Pei Jing shook his head and signaled him to look in front of him. "It depends on what kind of questions Xiao Yu will come up with." Yu Shu didn't know that someone was worrying about her. She stopped writing and looked up at Jean Zwofeng's leisurely look. She smiled and cleared her throat. "It seems that Jincheng University is good at this kind of question. In that case, I will give you a suggestion. Listen carefully. There is a year when there are only 6 martial artists participating in the military selection. According to the Ministry of War's requirement, the 6 martial artists can only meet each other once, and each of them must have competed twice. Let me ask you, how many ways are there in total?" Her question didn't sound difficult at first. On the surface, it was the same type as Jean Zwofeng's question. But in fact, there was a hidden danger. The solution was not simple permutation and combination. It involved a higher-level concept in the field of mathematics, graph theory. These fake pedants who didn't even know what permutation and combination were would have to rack their brains to solve this question. Jean Zwofeng probably hadn't realized the difficulty of this question, so he calmly copied it down. He didn't know that he was trying to think of a solution. He even had the time to ask the waiter of the restaurant to refill his tea. Yu Shu saw his behavior and secretly rolled her eyes. She was waiting to see his anxious face turn white. Not only did the 2 of them raise their pens to calculate, but the spectators' discussions never stopped. At first, they thought that these 2 questions weren't difficult, but as they talked, they realized that they weren't accurate at all. Instead, they became dizzy and had a headache thinking about it. Only then did they feel that being in the top 3 wasn't for nothing. As for Xan Lu and the others who were standing at the counter, they were also discussing in low voices. Feng Xiaomiao counted with her fingers for a while and then got herself involved. She scratched her ears and said, "It's clearly quite simple, so why is it so difficult?" "Wait here, I'll go get a pen and paper." Xan Lu hurriedly said, "Bring me a pen too." Qi Nuero didn't join in on the excitement. Instead, she calmly watched the scene, her gaze going back and forth between Yushu and Jin Zhuofeng. She saw that great fortune master Jin was calm and unhurried at first, but not long after, a strange expression appeared on his face. His hands gradually became hurried, and after a while, he actually stared at the paper in a daze. In contrast, Yushu didn't even use an abacus from start to finish. She just leaned over the table and wrote something. She had an extremely elegant demeanor and didn't look as flustered as she did in the first round. It was as if she had become a completely different person. Pan Ming stood not far behind Jin Zhuofeng. When he saw him stop in a daze, he frowned and said in a low voice, "Junior Marshal brother, don't be anxious. Take your time." Based on Pan Ming's level, he could already sense the difficulty of Yushu's problem, so he knew that Jin Zhuofeng was currently panicking. The biggest taboo in arithmetic was to have one's heart flustered. Once one's heart was flustered, it was easy to make a mistake. To become a great fortune master, one had to be meticulous and patient. When Jin Zhuofeng heard Pan Ming's reminder, he calmed down a lot. He secretly told himself not to be anxious and that there was still a lot of time. Just as he raised his pen and was about to continue calculating, he heard a light chuckle from the other side. "Great fortune master Jin, please stop writing. I already have an answer." Jin Zhuofeng was startled and raised his head to look at Yushu. He didn't believe that she could calculate the answer in such a short amount of time, unless she made a mistake. It had to be known that this problem was personally written by his master. Among all his fellow martial brothers and sisters, the one with the clearest mind would have to wait for a long time. When he thought about it this way, he felt his entire body relax. Since she made a mistake, he would undoubtedly win this round and wouldn't need to solve her strange problem. Jin Zhuofeng self-righteously put down his pen and raised his hand to indicate to Yushu, "What's the answer?" "There are a total of 480 ranking methods." Hearing this, Jin Zhuofeng's ears rang for a moment and he felt dizzy. His body swayed unsteadily and he held onto the corner of the table to steady himself. Looking at the people behind him, Pan Ming, who also knew the correct answer, was stunned. In the next moment, his face turned red and he excitedly strode forward. He blurted out a question to Yushu, "How did you calculate it?" Seeing this scene, those who weren't stupid could see that Yushu had the correct answer. 480 methods. Some people sighed and each one of them stared at Yushu in shock. No one knew how she managed to come up with 480 methods in less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Behind the flower rack, Shui Rui's bright eyes looked at Yushu's slender figure. Pei Jing let out a low laugh and shook his head, sighing at his own inferiority. The female fortune teller Lu Ting's reaction was half a beat slower. She asked Pan Ming in confusion, Senior brother, did she calculate it correctly?" Pan Ming didn't have the mood to pay attention to her. He stubbornly stared at Yushu. His eyes were slightly green as if he wanted to open her brain and see what was inside. Chapter 395. One more update, if you take me as your master, I'll teach you. Everyone knew that Pan Ming, the hideout of this year's calculation list, was Han Wenguang's favorite disciple. How could he choose another master? Whether it was true or not, Yushu was disrespecting Han Wenguang. Strictly speaking, she was looking down on Han Wenguang. The group of people who came to provoke them pulled long faces. They couldn't hold back their anger and shouted, "Nonsense!" Everyone in the building was dumbfounded by Yushu's words. Shui Rui, who was watching in the dark, supported his forehead with one hand. He was not happy that she won a round, but she was already having a headache because of her unforgiving temper. Pan Ming reached out to restrain the indignant junior brother and junior sister. With a straight face, he said to Yushu, "Miss, please don't joke around. It's fine if you don't want to tell me the solution. You win this match." Hee hee, I don't like to force others. It's fine if you don't want to. Yushu put on a look of pity and extended her teacup to the side. Lin Fu respectfully picked up the teapot and refilled it. He smiled and said respectfully, "Miss, you're really capable. I didn't even understand the problem, but you solved it in a short time." Yushu smiled without saying anything. Jean Zhuofeng returned to his fellow disciples with an embarrassed expression and apologized in a low voice, "It's my fault. I've failed my master's trust." Pan Ming wanted to comfort him but had nothing to say. He patted his shoulder and said stiffly, "There's still one more round. Just win." Jean Zhuofeng smiled bitterly. He did not dare to underestimate Yushu anymore. He turned to the other 3 disciples and lowered his voice so that no one could hear him. "This girl knows some crooked ways. Be careful. If she chooses you, you can't be careless. You can't lose again." Lu Ting angrily said, "She was just lucky just now. I don't believe that she can solve the second of Master's 3 difficult questions after solving the first one." Jean Zhuofeng was still worried. He reminded them in a low voice, "She's going to set a problem. It's fine if you know how to solve it. Don't be anxious if you can't solve it. Whoever loses first, the winner is the loser." The 3 of them nodded in agreement. The 2 male accountants did not dare to be careless. They were afraid that they would not be able to answer Yushu's question. One of them hesitantly asked, "Senior brother, Rushi, if we lose, do we really have to give her the seal of the fortune teller?" Jean Zhuoyen glared at him and snapped, "What do you mean? As long as you don't make any mistakes, it will be a draw at most." After he finished speaking, he glanced at Pan Ming. Both of them were well aware that their teacher's 3rd question was only hidden from these youngsters. It was a precautionary measure. Even he himself had spent half a month trying to solve it, let alone a young and inexperienced girl. Yushu sipped her tea. Seeing that the people in front of him were still discussing in whispers, he couldn't help but find it funny, so he interrupted, "What are you guys talking about? Now it's 1 loss and 1 win. It's a draw. There's still one more round. If I remember correctly, I'll pick someone to compete with." Many of the onlookers in the restaurant watched the 2 of them exchange blows with great interest. In the beginning, when Yushu lost a round, some people felt disappointed. But just now, when she turned the tables and showed them how powerful she was, they became excited again. No one wanted to leave early. At the counter, Feng Xiaomiao was still waiting for his seat with a pen in his hand. Xan Lu and Qin Yuero avoided him and whispered together, "Yes, there's still one more round. My junior brothers and sisters are all great fortune tellers. Their arithmetic skills are not a problem. Female fortune teller, please choose one person." Pan Ming replied to Yushu. Yushu glanced at the faces of the remaining 2 men and 1 woman. She could see that although they were a little nervous, they were not perturbed. It seemed that they were not afraid of making a fool of themselves if they could not answer her question. She didn't know where their confidence came from. After thinking for a moment, Yushu pointed at one of them and said, "You." The person who was chosen stood up with a displeased expression and said, "What, you? My name is Ho Luding." It was that talkative female fortune teller. Yushu looked at the other's age. At most, she was older than her by a year. She guessed that she was also a great fortune teller on this year's list, which was rare. Thinking about this, she understood more and more why Han Wenguang wanted to establish his own sect. First, he wanted to have soldiers under him. Then, he wanted to be the commander. If he succeeded, then she would undoubtedly become a sinner. Her future would be ruined, and it would be no different from a fool's dream to become a celestial commissioner. A general success was built on the bones of 10,000 people. Hateful. How could she be willing to be a pile of bones under someone else's feet? So it's Ho Luding. Yushu looked calm on the surface, but everyone could see that there was a fire burning in her heart. Female fortune teller, please choose the question. Ho Luting raised her chin and put her hands behind her back, pretending to be a general. However, because she was young, she was not as imposing as her two senior apprentice brothers. Yushu touched her chin and looked at the girl who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. After a moment, she had an idea. Her eyes flashed and she said briskly, "If that's the case, I won't be polite. My question isn't difficult, it's also about calculation. However, it's not about brains, it's about calculation skills. Do you dare to compete with me?" She did not like to be led by the nose. She had let them choose the first two questions. This time, it was time for her to make the first move. Ho Luting obviously could not stand the provocation and said without hesitation, "It's up to you to choose the question." Yushu crossed her arms and shouted across the table, "Let's compete in catching dragons. The counterpoint is a crab has 8 legs, 2 pincers have 6 feet. The next sentence is 2 crabs have 16 legs, 4 pincers have 12 feet. So on and so forth. I'll take one sentence and you take another. Whoever takes the wrong sentence first loses. What do you think?" Ho Luting did not expect Yushu to do this. She frowned and turned to look at Jin Zwufeng and Pan Ming, senior martial brother. Jin Zwufeng forced a smile and said to Yushu, "With Miss Yu's method of competing, doesn't that mean we don't have to choose the question? Isn't that a bit unfair?" Yushu narrowed her eyes and sneered, "You guys came prepared with a difficult question, but you want me to improvise. Is this called fair?" She had guessed that they were very confident in the third question, so they didn't want them to choose. Jin Zwufeng still wanted to argue, but Yushu turned her head first and asked the guests present, "I'll be so bold as to ask everyone to be reasonable." Everyone saw with their own eyes the previous 2 rounds. They were the ones who proposed the rules and came up with the first question. Now that it's my turn to come up with the first question, they're using all sorts of excuses. Is this fair? The people here were all guests that Yushu had invited. They ate the food and wine of her family and basked in her glory, so naturally, they were more partial to her. Thus, someone said, "That's right, how is this fair? I think the female mathematician's question is feasible." Very quickly, someone else agreed, "I think so too. Let's compete like this. Don't be so long-winded, hurry up and compete." The rising and falling voices of agreement made Jin Zwufeng, Pan Ming and the others lose face, but they couldn't play the hero and agree. The question that Yushu came up with was not difficult, it was just a simple calculation. However, they couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't make a mistake if they were to lose like this. Yushu looked at the various expressions on the opposite side, her hand knocking on the lid of the teacup. She felt that it was about time, and if she didn't say anything, it would arouse the public's anger. She then cleared her throat and said, "How about this, if you think it's unfair, I'll change it. This calculation must be done, but I'm not afraid of your difficult question. I'll let you guys come up with the same question. Miss Ho will compete with me on the crab and the dragon first. If she wins, then I don't need to look at your third question. If she loses, then it'll be a draw. I'll solve the third question, then it'll be my win. Is that okay?" Yushu put on a magnanimous appearance of, "I'll let you guys go this time," suppressing the criticism of the guests. This made the 5 people's teeth itch, but they couldn't challenge her. Shui Rui, who was standing in the dark, didn't understand Yushu's intention. He looked at her thoughtfully. He didn't know why, but he felt that she wouldn't lose. Jin Zwufeng's face was pale as he turned to discuss with Pan Ming. He didn't expect that things would develop to this point. According to their previous plan, they should have won Yushu in 2 rounds. Now that it has been dragged to this point, they could only brace themselves and continue to compete. No matter what, they must win. "Okay, we'll do as you say." Jean Zhuofeng made the decision. Ho Luding was very unwilling. She wanted to say something but was stopped by Jean Zhuofeng's eyes. She pulled a long face and said to Yu Shu, "You came up with the question, you go first." Yu Shu looked at her with a smile and said like a children's song, "A crab has 8 legs, 2 pincers, and 6 feet." There was no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. She didn't want to waste her brain to deal with this kind of rookie. Ho Luding didn't know that Yu Shu didn't like her at all. She even felt that she was using her talent to crack a nut. She said with a confused face, 2 crabs have 16 legs, 4 pincers, and 12 feet. The two of them continued like this. The onlookers found it interesting, but they didn't know the difficulty. Yu Shu's speed was good at first, but when she counted to 20 crabs, she suddenly sped up. Ho Luding was caught off guard and stuttered before continuing. She hurriedly moved the abacus in front of her and fiddled with it to avoid carelessness. On the other hand, Yu Shu calmly put her hands in her sleeves and half closed her eyes. Not to mention fiddling with the abacus, she didn't even stutter. She received 51 crabs in one breath and still had time to drink tea to moisten her throat. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but admire her. Someone said in a low voice, "No wonder she can become a superior person at this age. This is true talent." While many people were sighing in admiration, Ho Luding suffered a lot. She kept talking until her mouth was dry and her eyes hurt from staring at the abacus. She carelessly dialed 2 beads and her mind went blank. She stood there in a daze. 72 crabs. Jean Zhuofeng and the others were anxious but they didn't dare to remind her openly. How could Yu Shu wait for her? She closed the teacup and said with a smile, "Why don't Miss Ho take it? I am waiting." Chapter 396. Part 2. If you can't connect it, then you can't connect it. Why are you crying? Yu Shu had forced her into a corner, but she was still merciless and mocked. Is that all you can do? You can't even count accurately and you can only cry. You still want to learn from others and compete with them. You don't know what you are talking about. In order to learn actuarial calculation, she counted the 8 crab legs in the morning and night for 3 years. She counted 500 crab legs in one breath easily. It's not that she looked down on others and wanted to gain something from it. If this little girl surnamed Ho had worked hard on calculation, she wouldn't have failed to count 100 crabs. Ho Luding was too ashamed to show her face after being ridiculed by Yu Shu. Her face was full of shame, and she couldn't muster the slightest bit of stubbornness. She covered her face and turned around, not daring to look at her senior brothers. Jean Zhuoyen had just lost a round, so he could not blame his junior sister. However, he was not in the mood to comfort her. Pan Ming sighed and patted her back. He stared deeply at Yu Shu and said in a deep voice, "My junior sister is not as good as female mathematician. As previously said, it is still a draw." Yu Shu nodded. Seeing that the other side would not give a question for a while, she sat on the chair and waited quietly. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Ho Luding finally calmed down. Her eyes were red as she turned around and said to Yu Shu, "Female mathematician, it is my turn to give a question." Yu Shu raised her eyelids and did not get up. "Go ahead." She respected respectable people and valued friendship. This was her temperament and also her pride. She did not feel that there was anything to be proud of when she was ahead of these ancient people in academics for hundreds of years. However, she had a clear conscience. What she could rely on today was exchanged with her sweat and tears. Ho Luding glanced at Jean Zhuoyen who nodded at her. She bit her lips and said in a nasal voice, there are 20 soldiers lined up. Each row can only stand 4 soldiers. If you are asked to line up, how many rows can you line up?" Her voice faded. Yu Shu's hands trembled and she almost dropped the teacup. She managed to hold back her surprise and lowered her head to take notes. In his heart, he was both surprised and delighted. This problem of 20 soldiers was clearly the same as a very famous 20 trees problem she had seen in modern times, except that the trees were turned into soldiers. This was not a calculation problem, and it had nothing to do with permutations and combinations. Instead of saying it was a math problem, it was more like a drawing problem. It was a problem that many famous mathematicians in history sought to solve. However, its final answer was. It was a question mark. Such a similar topic should not have been raised in this dynasty, but Yu Shu encountered it. Was this just a coincidence? Yu Shu's eyes flickered. She turned around and ordered Xiao Dai to fetch a wooden ruler and her charcoal pencil from her study. With the tools in hand, she first drew a few random strokes on the paper, looking for the complicated and blurry diagram in her memory. At the same time, she was very curious about the old mathematician whom she had never met before. Of course, she was not stupid enough to think that this real problem was really thought up by these people in front of her, that they could be so confident. It must be Han Wenguang's hand. Yu Shu sat on the chair for a full half an hour. There was a stack of used paper beside her, but she was still drawing. Some of the customers could not sit still. They went to the toilet and hurried back, afraid to miss the scene of her solving the problem. In this half an hour, the other group of people was obviously more relaxed. Some stood, some sat. They quietly waited for Yu Shu to solve the problem. It was rare that no one urged her. This was the respect Yu Shu had earned with her actions. It could be seen that whether it was an enemy or a friend, strength was the best countermeasure to shut people up. Xan Lu and the others' legs were sore from standing. They had already found a chair to sit on. In the light and in the dark, only Shui Rui accompanied her. He stood there for as long as Yu Shu sat. At this time, the guard next to Lu Ten quietly approached Shui Rui and passed a note to him. Shui Rui opened it and saw a row of small words, "A draw is enough. If I want to interfere, I will not let him do as he wishes." In his heart, Shui Rui thought that Lu Tan still couldn't restrain himself in the end. He knew very well why Lu Tan was so impatient. In fact, Han Wenguang had only one son, and his wife was the young lady of the Yin clan, which was the #1 prominent clan in the capital. She was also an aunt of Prince Ning, Lu Hao. How could he just sit and watch Han Wenguang succeed? A draw is good, but Shui Rui tilted his head. His gaze passed over the colorful bouquet and stared at Yu Shu's back. He could not make a choice. After a while, he pinched Lu Tan's note in his hand and ordered the guard seriously, "Go and report that I said it. If I can't win, I will bear all the consequences." After he sent the guards away, Shui Rui put away the crushed note into his sleeve so that it wouldn't be seen by Pei Jing and He Fangji who were sitting nearby. His gaze once again descended onto Yu Shu, and a strand of helplessness leaked out from the corners of his eyes. Habit is really a terrifying word. He didn't know if his decision was correct, but there was already a voice in his heart that told him, "Help her." Soon, the sun set, and the afternoon passed in a hurry. The sunlight shining on the table fell like a curtain. When the last corner of the table had disappeared, Yu Shu finally put down her pen, let out a long sigh, and wiped the sweat on her forehead. Phew! Outside Wangji Tower, many passers-by had gathered. They whispered and guessed if she had solved it. Pan Ming looked at Yu Shu and felt a little nervous. This time, he did not wait for Jin Zhuofeng to ask. He stepped forward and said, "Do you have the solution, lady mathematician?" Yu Shu turned the last piece of paper over and covered the table. She looked up and said, "I want to ask you a question. I hope you can answer me truthfully." Pan Ming nodded. He could not wait to know the result. The third question, did your master, Senior Han Wenguang, solve it? Pan Ming felt that there was nothing to hide. These three questions could deceive laymen and say that they came up with it. He believed that Yushu had already guessed that it was his master's idea. So, he ignored Jean Zhuofeng's look and said frankly, "My master solved it." Yushu smiled with relief. She opened the paper on the table and held it in front of him to let him see the picture on it. She said in a clear voice, "As you can see, I made 20 lines. I don't know how many lines Mr. Han Wenguang can make." Pan Ming and Jean Zhuofeng clearly saw the picture that Yushu made with a charcoal pencil and ruler. They were stunned. Hearing her question, no one answered for a while. There was only horror in their hearts. 20 lines. 20 lines. Someone exclaimed on the spot. For more than an hour, many people were curious and tried to make it. Most of them could only make 4 or 5 lines. How could they not be shocked that she could make 20 lines? Some people did not believe it. They left their seats and came forward to watch. They counted the picture in Yushu's hand with fine lines one by one. Then, they were all dumbfounded. Yushu did not hold her hand for too long. When the people near saw it clearly, she put it down. She closed her sore eyes and asked again, "Master Pan, Master Jean, may I ask how many lines your master can solve?" Pan Ming did not say anything. He stared at the picture that Yushu put on the table. Jean Zhuofeng was also speechless. How could he answer this question? If he said that his master could solve 20 lines, it would mean that she had solved it correctly and won the game. However, if he said that she had solved 1 line less, she would make it difficult for them to show how their master solved 21 lines. How could they lie? What made them most frightened was that their master had solved only 18 lines. Yushu looked at their submissive expression coldly. She only stood up lazily after forcing them to this point. She moved her shoulders and said, "Tell me, why can't you tell me? Are you saying that Mr. Han can't solve as many as me, a junior?" As soon as she said this, there was silence inside and outside the building. Many pairs of doubtful and disbelieving eyes looked at the 5 of them. Jean Zhuofeng saw that the situation was getting worse and worse. He bit the bullet and said ruthlessly, "Don't talk nonsense. How can my master not solve as many as you?" "He solved, ha ha ha." At this moment, a series of hoarse laughter came from outside the door and interrupted Jean Zhuofeng's answer. Yushu's eyelids twitched. She looked at the door and saw that the crowd in front of the door was separated. 2 guards opened up a path, and an old man with wrinkled skin and white hair walked out. He was short and thin, wearing a dark green cardigan. A pair of long eyebrows drooped down to the corner of his eyes, revealing a pair of long and narrow eyes. "Master! Master!" Pan Ming and the others shouted in unison. They bowed and introduced the identity of the old man. It was the famous Mr. Han. Yushu and the old man's eyes met. She stared at the invisible pressure. She did not lower her head, retreat, bow, or greet. Han Wenguang waved his hand to let his disciple stand up. He lifted his robe and walked towards Yushu. He looked at her and said in a hoarse voice, "You are the female oracle this year, Yushu of Yang." "That's me." Han Wenguang looked at her from top to bottom. He suddenly narrowed his eyes and said seriously, "Do you know that because of you, I lost an oracle disciple? You can only blame your disciple's lack of skill. What does it have to do with me?" Yushu said coldly. Pan Ming and the others were so angry that their veins popped. Unexpectedly, the corner of Han Wenguang's mouth curled up, and he actually laughed. He nodded and said, "This child, very good, very good." Normally, if someone was personally praised by Han Wenguang, they would be grinning from ear to ear. However, Yushu only held a grudge against this old man and did not have a good impression of him. She only felt that he was putting on an act, so she did not appreciate it and directly asked, "Just now, your disciple gave me a question. I heard that Mr. Han also solved it. How much did you solve?" Han Wingguang waved his hand and said modestly, "Sigh, I am old and my brain is not as good as the young people. I only solved 18 lines. Please excuse me." Yu Shu raised her eyebrows. She thought that this old man was sensible. If he dared to argue with her, she would make him lose his reputation. Chapter 397. Han Wingguang was so honest and frank, but she had wasted all her efforts. Han Wingguang was so honest and frank, but she had wasted all her efforts. Yu Shu thought it was a pity and said, "Since that's the case, then consider the third round my victory. According to what I said earlier, your disciple challenged me to a duel. Now that he has lost, he should bow to me, serve me tea, and hand me the official seal." Yu Shu didn't care when Han Wingguang came. She clearly stated the previous agreement and waited for them to fulfill it. Han Wingguang turned his head and glanced at his disciples who looked ashamed. His eyes sharpened, and when he turned to Yu Shu, he disappeared again and said to her with a kind look, "It's all my fault. It's all because of this old man's stubbornness, forcing them to come to you for advice. You can't blame them for this. You're the first of the top 3, so it's only right that they lost to you. This old man will apologize to you. For this old man's sake, please be magnanimous." When Yu Shu heard this, she really wanted to laugh. She was almost treated as a pile of bones and her future was almost ruined. This old man just said a few words and treated it as nothing happened. Did he treat her like a child? Ridiculous. If she didn't know his intention, Yu Shu might not become enemies with him for the sake of his reputation and age. But she knew that he was a wolf or a tiger. How could she throw away the knife just because he temporarily kept his sharp claws? If that's the case, old oracle, then I've already given you face and let them have their way twice. Everything can be done once or twice, but not 3 or 4 times. Forgive me for being rude. Yu Shu cupped her hands at him, turned around and pointed at the table in front of her, asking people to carry it away. She lifted the hem of her clothes and sat on her mahogany chair. She pointed at the people behind Han Wingguang and said in a cold tone, "You're not the only one. If you admit defeat, come up and bow to me. If you want to deny it, then get out." There was silence in and out of the building again. This time, even Han Wingguang couldn't keep his face. Looking at Yu Shu with a gloomy face, his disciples were ashamed and angry, but they had no words to refute. Ho Luting was still young, and she was the first to lose her cool. Maybe because she had someone to back her up, she became more confident. She stepped forward and pointed at Yu Shu angrily. You're so rude. You're full of nonsense. What do you mean by, give it to us? When have you ever given it to us? It's true that you've won 2 rounds, but didn't you lose the first round to my senior brother Pan? You got first place in the exam in vain, how can you not compare to my senior brother who got second place? Yu Shu crossed her legs and glanced at her. Why didn't I go easy on you? There are so many pairs of eyes watching. You clearly lost to me in crab counting, but I still answered your third question. Isn't this called going easy? If this isn't called, then, she looked down and saw a spot. She curled up the corner of her mouth and pointed there. Hey, there. Pick it up and show it to your senior brother Pan. Ask him if I went easy on you. Many people in the room followed Yu Shu's finger and looked at the ground. They saw a pile of waste paper lying alone on the red carpet. Many people vaguely remembered that Yu Shu threw it on the ground when she was solving the first question. Ho Luting was not convinced. Picking up the piece of paper from the ground, she opened it and saw a line of numbers. Puzzled, she handed it to Pan Ming, but Pan Ming was stunned. He snatched the piece of paper from her hand and read it several times. His fingers trembled slightly. This made the rest of the people confused. Xan Lu and Feng Zhaomiao, who had been watching from the sidelines, also gathered around. Xian Lu asked, "Lotus Room, what's written on it?" Yushu leaned one arm on the armrest, tilted her head and held her chin. Without looking back, she said, "What else can it be?" "Of course, it's the answer to my first question." More than 100 people were stunned. Very quickly, some people came back to their senses. The first to respond was Feng Zhaomiao. Then you are," Yushu sneered. She looked at the old oracle Han whom she had never met before, but had schemed to ruin her future. Her eyes flashed with coldness and calmly said, "I was afraid that the old oracle would lose face, so I purposely lost the first round. Otherwise, do you really think that the Celestial Commissioner chose a female oracle like me to make up the numbers? If old diviner doesn't accept it, then I'll draw a line here. Do you dare to have a match with me? If I lose to you, then your disciples don't need to bow and apologize to me. I'll kneel down and kowtow to you 3 times. How about it?" At this moment, Yushu had put away her shrewd and unreasonable appearance. She was arrogant and proud. She pressed forward with an indomitable will. She was so fierce that it made people's hearts palpitate. Shui Rui stood behind the flowery shelf and stared at that person's silver robe, and he could only feel his heart thumping fiercely. The threads of love that were coiled before his chest suddenly tightened, and it was as if a hand was grabbing onto his heart. He had an impulse to clamor, and it was almost impossible for him to restrain himself. Han Wenguang was not confident that he could win. Even if he was confident, he would have to think twice when he saw Yushu's amazing aura. 20 years of calculation turned into a dream. Pan Ming laughed and cried at the same time. His eyes were red as if he had gone mad. He grabbed the crumpled calculation paper tightly and walked up to Yushu, ignoring everyone's gazes. He pulled out a brocade pouch from his waist and bowed to Yushu. "I lost the bet." Yushu pointed at the brocade bag he offered and took out a red jade turtle-nose seal. After confirming it, she raised her head and looked at Han Wenguang, whose face was as calm as still water. She deliberately said, "Great Oracle Pan, what I said before still counts. Whenever you want to know the solution to the second question, you can find me at any time. The condition is still the same. You have to be my disciple." Pan Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. He turned around and knelt down in front of Han Wenguang. He kowtowed to him 3 times and said, "I'm sorry." Then, he stood up and madly combed his hair as he left. Yushu watched him leave and felt sorry. What she said just now was not a lie. With Pan Ming's temperament, if he was willing, she would teach him without hesitation. After Pan Ming left, the scene became chaotic. People were talking about Yushu's way of doing things. Some thought that she was tough and some thought that she was too domineering. But one thing was for sure. After the 3 matches today, no one would doubt the title of Great Oracle Woman, Yushu. After today, Yushu will become the hottest topic in Enling City when the news of this battle spreads out. Yushu didn't care about this. She pointed at the remaining people and said, "If you didn't hear what I said just now, I will repeat it. You either admit defeat or get out of here." Jin Zhuofeng and Ho Luding were so ashamed and angry. They looked at Han Wenguang and waited for him to make the decision. Han Wenguang sighed. He was angry and sad, but he couldn't show it because of his face. He could only smile bitterly. "Go. Your senior brother is right. You lost the bet." They couldn't disobey their master's order. Jin Zhuofeng and Ho Luding had no choice but to take the seal and give it to Yushu. They bowed to her and said, Jin Zhuofeng admitted defeat. Ho Luding admitted defeat. Yushu took the seal from them. It was an agate seal. He put the white tiger medallion into the brocade pouch that Pan Ming had given him earlier. In front of everyone, he put it into his bosom. Then, he stood up and shook his sleeves. There was a faint smile on his face and a hint of flattery on his face. He bowed to Han Wenguang. Old Mr. Han. Sorry for offending you. If people bully me, I will be strong. If people bully me, I will be low. I will fight for the top. Han Wenguang's old face was a little green. He stared at her for a moment, then swung his sleeves and walked away with the few guards he brought with him. The few incompetent disciples were like roosters that had lost a fight. They lowered their heads and followed behind him. The group of people quickly disappeared from the Wang Ji Tower. Yu Shu looked at the gate that was blocked by the onlookers again. She was angry. She raised her eyebrows and adjusted her outer cover. She turned around and glanced at the guests in the tower. She smiled and squinted her eyes. She bowed and said, "Thank you for attending today's banquet. Please stay and continue drinking." After saying that, she put her hands into her sleeves and strolled to the back of the screen. Xan Lu and Feng Xiaomiao hurried to catch up. Lin Fu smiled and directed the waiters to clean the door. He then asked the onlookers to leave. Yu Shu walked past the flower stand. She thought she would see Shui Rui first. But he was gone. She wondered if he left after seeing her win the third round. Feeling a little disappointed, Yu Shu curled her lips and smiled at Pei Jing and He Fengji, who had moved chairs to sit in the aisle. She said, "I let Godfather and Uncle worry. It's all right now. You can go upstairs and rest. I will ask someone to send some good wine." Pei Jing had a strange expression on his face. He had not recovered from the shock of seeing her challenge Han Wenguang. He glanced at her and knew that it was not a good time to get to the bottom of it. He pulled He Fengji upstairs first. Yu Shu was a little slow. Xan Lu and Feng Xiaomiao caught up with her. They surrounded her and sighed. Some were envious of her excellent arithmetic skills, and some were worried that she had offended Han Wenguang. Yu Shu was too lazy to deal with these people. She said a few perfunctory words and sent a maid to send them back to their room to drink. When she turned around, she found that Yu Xiaoxiu and Hu Tian'er had disappeared. She asked Yun Do and learned that when someone came to cause trouble, the two boys had slipped out from the back door to play. With Gueba following them, there was no need to worry about them running around. After sending these people away, Yu Shu went to the second floor with a sore back and shoulders. She was going to wash her face before going to see Lu Tan. She absent-mindedly opened the door and closed it. When she turned around, she was shocked by Shui Rui, who was sitting on the opposite tea chair. He patted his chest and rebuked, "Why are you here?" After the sun, the sky was dim. She could not see Shui Rui's expression clearly. She only felt that his dark eyes were too bright. He stared at her so much that her neck was covered with goosebumps. She subconsciously felt that there was something wrong with him. "Big brother." Shui Rui took a deep breath and lowered his head to rub his burning forehead. It took a lot of self-control not to choose this inappropriate time to express his feelings to her. "I'm fine. You go in to wash and have a rest. I have something to say to you later." "Do I need to go to the 9th prince to talk to him first?" "No need. He has already left." Shui Rui stood up. When he walked to Yu Shu's side, he stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at her softened brows. Recalling her ferocity outside the building just now, he smiled deeply and raised his hand. Using his height, he gently pressed his palm on the top of her head and rubbed her feverish head. "Good win." This praise made Yu Shu couldn't help but curve her eyes. She felt excited in her heart. She didn't know why, but it seemed that she had finally heard a suitable praise. That's right. She didn't need someone to worry about whether she had offended someone important or not. She also didn't want someone to ask curiously how she won. At this time, she just needed a word of approval. Shui Rui didn't say anything more. He let go of her and pushed the door to leave. He was afraid that if he stayed one step longer, he would go too far. Chapter 398. When I woke up, I saw the pink tickets, tips, and subscription recommendations. I'm so happy. I have to hurry up and write another chapter to express my gratitude. The 3 battles had consumed too much of Yushu's energy. After Shui-Rui left, she returned to her bedroom and rested on the couch. It was just a light sleep. After lying down for an hour, she called a maid to serve tea. Yushu put on her clothes and sat in front of the dressing mirror to let Yundo comb her hair again. She held a bowl of lotus root soup in her hand and looked at the night sky outside the rolling screen window. She asked lazily, "How many guests are there outside?" Xiao Dai, who was making the bed, turned around and replied, "I just saw when I came up. Most of the tables downstairs are full. The kitchen has been serving wine and food without a break. I heard from the shopkeeper that they are probably waiting for you to show up again." The banquet lasted from noon to night, but there were only a few guests who came to the banquet. This was rare. Also, young master just left not long ago. He said he had something to do. He asked me to remind you not to forget to send off the lords upstairs. When she woke up, she heard that Shui-Rui had left. Yushu was not surprised. Han Wenguang's ambition had been exposed. As an insider, Shui-Rui was bound to be involved. After tidying herself up, Yushu put on her outer cover and left the room with her 2 maidservants. She planned to walk around the private rooms on the 2nd floor to see the honored guests that she had ignored for the entire afternoon. As soon as she walked to the door of the next room, she heard someone talking vividly inside. Yushu went to the door and listened. It was Feng Zhaomiao. At that time, your sister sat on the chair and didn't even look at the old fortune-teller's face. She said to the defeated people, "Either you admit defeat to me or get out of here." Hearing Feng Zhaomiao mimicking her in a high-pitched voice, Yushu's mouth twitched. She pushed the door and entered. "Is that what I said?" Everyone in the room turned their heads and saw Yushu in person. Feng Zhaomiao, who was excitedly performing with one foot on the chair, paused there with one hand on his waist. One of his hands was even pointing at the nose of Yu Xiaoxiu, who was sitting on the bench and listening to the story attentively. Yushu crossed her arms and looked at him. "Continue. Your grand aunt is watching." Feng Zhaomiao retracted her hand awkwardly. He scratched his head and smiled apologetically. "Pooh." Xian Lu covered his mouth, and Qin Yuero couldn't help but laugh. Yu Xiaoxiu suddenly jumped up from his chair and ran to Yushu's side. He pulled her back and raised his head to look at her. His eyes were sparkling with admiration. "Sis, I heard it from Brother Feng." Yushu flicked his forehead and asked him where he had gone to play. Yu Xiaoxiu's face immediately turned gloomy. Hu Tian took me to the street to watch a shadow puppet show. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone. Yushu looked around the room and didn't see Hu Tian She asked him and found out that young master who had been picked up by his family. Looking at the siblings talking, Yi Zichen thought. Xian Lu and Qin Yuero looked at each other. Xian Lu found an opportunity to interrupt. "Lotus Room, school starts tomorrow at the study garden. Yuero has just entered the Taisher study garden this year. Why don't the 3 of us go together tomorrow? We can take care of each other." Yushu looked at them and could see that they were expressing goodwill. She thought about how she had offended Han Wenguang today. If she wanted to establish a foothold in the Taisher study garden in the future, she would need a few companions. She nodded and agreed. "Tomorrow morning, we'll meet at the front gate of the study garden." Girls from aristocratic families like Xian Lu and Qin Yuero, which one of them didn't have a mind of their own? This afternoon, they were watching Yushu's excitement from the wall. They were afraid that she would think too much about them. Now that they saw that Yushu was willing to accept their good intentions, they immediately beamed with joy. It was getting late. They had already seen Yushu's attitude, so they felt reassured and left. Feng Xiaomiao and another young master had come on horseback, so they escorted the two girls away. Yu Xiaoxiu had morning classes the next day. Yushu looked for He Fangji and Pei Jing, who were accompanying their friends. Coincidentally, they wanted to send their friends off, so she let Yu Xiaoxiu follow them home first. Yushu then went to meet some of the court officials who had come today. They talked a little with tea instead of wine. She heard a lot of praises and sent them off one by one. Finally, she went to the front hall and toasted all the guests with a cup of wine. At this point, both the guests and the host were happy. The guests seemed to not want to offend both sides. After all, with Han Wenguang's status, they could not casually criticize him. Moreover, Yushu, the female fortune teller, had a strong momentum. So during this period, no one mentioned the competition in the afternoon. Yushu was happy to see this. After sending off the last guest, Yushu stood in the hall and called Lin Fu over to ask him a few questions. Did Daozi send anyone here? When asking this question, Yushu did not know what she was feeling. She had been waiting for Jing Chen all day, but he did not show up until the end of the banquet. In fact, when she sent the invitation to the Princess Fu a few days ago, she vaguely guessed that he might be hiding from her. Lin Fu shook his head, no one came. Then he clapped his hands and hurriedly took out a letter from his sleeve and gave it to her. Look at this lowly one's brain. This is sent by Miss Xia Jiang. In addition to Jing Qin, Xia Mingming also could not be present today. These two people had accompanied Yushu in the capital at the beginning. They had deep feelings for each other. Today, when she ascended to a high position and changed her appearance, she was absent from the two. Yushu's heart was empty. She took the thin letter and looked around the empty restaurant. She saw a few waiters cleaning up the leftovers, and the atmosphere was desolate after the hustle and bustle. It was funny that she was still standing in the position of killing in the daytime, but the audience was empty. She brushed her eyebrows and smiled. Suddenly, she felt very bored. She casually put away the letter and said in a lazy voice, "Ask Lu Zhong to prepare the carriage and send me back." Lin Fu saw that her expression was not right, so he carefully agreed and turned to find the carriage driver. Then, according to Shui Rui's instructions, he put the soup that had been prepared in the kitchen into a food box and gave it to Yushu's maid, Yundo. He quietly told her to go back and heat up the supper for her master. Today, Yushu did not eat anything. Yushu sat in the carriage at the front door. Lin Fu and the two maids, Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai, stood at the door and watched the carriage disappear in the bustling lights of Baima Street. No one noticed a figure riding a horse out of the alley on the side of the road and quietly followed the carriage. Sitting in the carriage, Yushu was thinking for a while. When she came back to her senses, she found that Yundo was secretly looking at her. So, she changed her sitting position and asked her, "Were you scared today?" She was used to being alone and rarely brought a maid when she went out. It was rare for her to come out, but she encountered such a messy scene today. Yundo shook her head and moved a soft pillow for Yushu to lean on. She said shyly, "I have not seen much of the world. I'm afraid that my clumsiness will make you lose face." Yushu was a treacherous person, but she liked these simple and honest people. She smiled and said to her, "You are not stupid. It doesn't matter if you have little knowledge. Learn more in the future. I still need you in many places. As long as you are not stupid, follow me honestly." Yundo was originally a maid of Zhao Hui. She was arranged to serve Yushu. She always felt that Yushu did not like her, so she was careful and dutiful in doing things. She was not trembling with fear, but she was always afraid that Yushu would abandon her one day. Today, she rarely heard good words from her. Her eyes immediately turned red. She nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'm not stupid." Yushu wanted to say something more, but the carriage suddenly stopped. She leaned forward. Yundo hurriedly stretched out her hand to protect her. Yushu helped her sit up straight. She frowned and looked at the door. Yundo turned her head and said, "What's going on outside? Why did the carriage stop all of a sudden?" Lu Zhong's voice came from outside. "You startled the girl. Someone stopped the carriage." Yushu was displeased and said, "Who is it?" Lu Zhong did not answer, but changed to another voice, "Xiaoyu, it's me. It's Yi, Celestial Commissioner, Taishi Tower." Ren Qiming lifted the corner of his robe and hurriedly walked across the quiet Bamboo Creek Bridge. His footsteps were heavy, which caused the school of Golden Kirin under the bridge to swim away. He entered the tower unimpeded. On the second floor, Ren Qiming saw a crane-like figure sitting by the window, wiping a jade flute. He took a few steps forward and reported in a low voice, "Grand Secretary, Han Wenguang finally made a move. As you predicted yesterday, he ordered a group of personal disciples to find Xan Swansea for a duel. He wanted to take the opportunity to point out that I, the Celestial Commissioner, am incompetent and corrupt so that he can build his heavenly teller mansion that has yet to be completed." Titian did not stop moving his hands. He looked back at him with a cloudy face and a faint smile. I guess he didn't get what he wanted. A strange look flashed in Ren Qiming's eyes. He nodded and said, "That's right. Xan Swansea fought 1 against 3 and defeated them." Titian put down the jade flute in his hand and said with interest, "Oh. Tell me about it." Ren Qiming then told him about the duel that took place in the Wangji Tower in the afternoon. He was so detailed that it was as if he had seen it with his own eyes. "Ha, what a good female Swansea." After listening to this part, Titian laughed happily. His side profile reflected the moonlight. Ren Qiming could clearly see that he was in a good mood at the moment. He pondered and said, Han Wenguang made a mistake. Today he hit a wall and was humiliated in front of everyone. He should be calm for a period of time and saved us a lot of trouble. However, this Xan Swansea doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He offended Han Wenguang and ruined his plans. In the future, he will definitely be suppressed by that group of people. Titian waved his sleeves and said lightly, "Then I will make him not dare to act rashly." Ren Qiming lowered his head and asked, "What does Grand Secretary mean? Isn't the Kunling Bureau still lacking one person?" Ren Qiming looked hesitant, but this person was supposed to be reserved for. Titian raised his hand to interrupt his concerns. He picked up the jade flute on the windowsill and stroked the flute holes. His expression became cold. "I have been the Celestial Commissioner for more than 200 years. Since ancient times, all official positions, big or small, have been occupied by those who are capable. Even the Emperor cannot interfere. After the Saint Ancestor Sacrificial Day, you can go and make arrangements." Ren Qiming saw that he had made up his mind. He did not say anything more and bowed to leave. However, he was stopped by Titian. "I haven't played the flute for people in a long time." Titian brought the flute to his lips and gently tested a few notes. His eyelashes lowered to cover his deep eyes. His eyebrows were lonely. He murmured under the moon, "Once Mu Feng is gone, there will be no more bosom friends." Ren Qiming's figure stopped. He stood on the spot with his hands by his side and sighed silently. Qiming is lucky. Chapter 399. Xiaoyu, it's me. Yushu was startled. She hurriedly reached over the maid and pushed the door open. She squinted her eyes and looked out of the dimly lit carriage. She saw a horse parked a few steps in front of the horse's head. It was Jing Chen's figure on the horse. Even if she couldn't see his face clearly, she wouldn't mistake him for someone else. Yu Shu was delighted. Just as she thought about it, she held it back. She deliberately put on a straight face and said angrily, "So it's Daozi. Why are you blocking the road in the middle of the night? I have something to say to you. Get off the carriage." Jing Chen didn't answer Yu Shu's words. He turned over and dismounted from the horse. He led the horse to make way for Yu Shu. Seeing this, Yu Shu vaguely felt that something was wrong. She didn't want to tease him anymore. She guessed that he had something to say that couldn't be heard by outsiders. So she bent down and jumped off the carriage. She turned to Lu Zhong and Yun Do and said, "You go back first. This place isn't far from home. I'll walk back later." Yun Do hurriedly said, "No, how can Miss walk?" Before Yu Shu said anything, Jing Chen said first, "I'll see her off." Yu Shu turned her head to look at Jing Chen and waved her hand to signal them to leave. Lu Zhong had to drive away with the reluctant Yun Do. This area was already in the south of the city. There weren't many pedestrians at night. There were 3 or 4 shops on the main road with their lights on. The street was empty and quite quiet. Jing Chen led the horse and Yu Shu walked beside him. The two walked for a dozen steps. Yu Shu was the first one who couldn't stand the silent atmosphere. She said in a muffled voice, "Why didn't you come today? Didn't I send you an invitation?" Before Jing Chen came, he had already thought about how to speak to Yu Shu. However, at this time, she was by his side and he didn't know where to start. Yu Shu wasn't slow. Jing Chen's silence made her realize that what he wanted to say to her tonight wasn't what she wanted to hear. Sure enough, as soon as Jing Chen opened his mouth, she pulled a long face. "I already know what Shui Yun did to you. It was all because of me that she did something wrong. We are from the same sect, and our relationship is like that of brother and sister. She is in the wrong. Since it's my fault, if you have any complaints, you can take it out on me." Yu Shu gritted her teeth, her breath stuck in her chest. He had been hiding from her all these days, and today he was here to take the blame for his junior sister. Yu Shu was so angry that her head hurt. She wanted to scold him to vent her anger, but she felt that this was exactly what the mastermind wanted. After taking a few deep breaths, Yu Shu turned to stare at Jing Chen and said to him as calmly as possible, "Since you already know, then I don't need to hide it from you anymore. Your junior sister is not a good person. She is sanctimonious, but she is hypocritical. Her heart is cruel and poisonous. I have no grievances with her, but she can shamelessly involve me in a fatal disaster. In order to cross that annoying death tribulation, she disregarded other people's lives. She and you are from the same sect. It's ridiculous that she has cultivated morality in vain. I advise you to send her back to the sect as soon as possible, so that she won't stay in the capital and continue to harm others." Yu Shu herself was a cruel person. Not to mention her evil heart in her previous life, at least in this year of her rebirth, she had never deliberately harmed an innocent person, unless there was a grudge against her. Jing Chen listened to Yu Shu's words. But it was different from what Shui Yun had confessed to him that day. In the blink of an eye, he realized that Yu Shu had been deceived by her. He smiled bitterly and said bitterly, "No, she might be facing the death tribulation, but she deliberately harmed you. It's for me." Yu Shu stopped in her tracks and said stiffly, "You're saying she's trying to harm me?" Jing Chen had no intention to deceive her. He nodded slowly and turned to look at her surprised and doubtful look. He felt more and more guilty and remorseful in his heart. Why did she want to harm me? Yu Shu was confused by Jing Chen's words. Why did Shui Yun drag her to face the death tribulation? Wasn't it just to save her life? Jing Chen lowered his head and clenched the coarse reins tightly. His palms ached from the friction. His eyes couldn't be seen clearly, but his voice was calm and lonely. I remember telling you before that my life was saved by the combined efforts of several elders in the sect. Otherwise, with the baleful aura of my fate in Katie's star, I would have died a long time ago. They blocked the destiny for me and shouldered the death tribulation. If I couldn't find someone to break the fate tribulation within 3 years after I went down the mountain this time, a great disaster would befall them. They would definitely die because of me, or my Tao heart would be lost. It would also attract evil spirits in advance and endanger their lives. Among those elders, there was my master, Immortal Hui Xian, and martial uncle Hui Chen, who is also Shui Yun's father. Yu Shu had mixed feelings when she heard this. She couldn't close her mouth, and her thoughts were in a mess, making her restless. She seemed to see a clue, but she couldn't grasp it. Shui Yun's father was one of the experts who saved Jing Chen's life. Before Jing Chen found the person who broke the fate tribulation, he couldn't lose his Tao heart. Otherwise, it would endanger the elders' lives. Therefore, Shui Yun wanted her to die because, little Yu, I'm afraid that if I fall in love with you, I will lose my Tao heart. You will be heartless, and I will be unjust. Why don't we end our fate here? Yu Shu's breath caught in her throat, and she abruptly stopped in her tracks. Right at the end of the street bridge, she turned around to look at Jing Chen's face. The half-moon above his head revealed his clear eyes. They were no longer as calm as water, but flashed with helplessness, unwillingness, forbearance, and pain. All sorts of negative emotions that had been suppressed for a long time were exposed at this moment, causing her to tremble in fear. At the same time, she clearly understood that he was not joking, but had made a decision. Looking at Jing Chen, who was so sad, Yu Shu suddenly felt that when she found him in the forest outside the city, knowing that he had regained his memory and knew that he had his difficulties, she still insisted on maintaining their friendship. Did she put him in such a difficult situation from then on? Thinking of this, even though she had already let go of the relationship between a man and a woman, she couldn't help but feel heartache at this moment. Do you know what you're talking about? I do. Can't. You and I are friends of life and death. Can't we keep the relationship between us? Jing Chen looked down and stared at Yu Shu's hand that was grabbing his sleeve tightly. He closed his eyes for a long time, and when he opened them again, he was the person with a pure heart and a strong Tao heart. I owe you. If I can get rid of this evil creature, I will repay it. As he spoke, his right hand moved to the side of his waist. He pushed the sheath with his fingertips and pulled out his sword. A silver light flashed, hiss. Yu Shu grabbed the corner of the sleeve that was cut open. Her fingers were trembling, her face was pale, and her heart was cold. Scenes flashed in her mind. She knew him in the ruins, looking for him in the peach blossom forest, passing by the gambling house, saying goodbye in the alley, killing on the merchant ship, the floating river, the cave, the road to the capital, giving him the ancient sword, getting his pearl, and he dared to block the sword for her with his bare hands. She was willing to find him lost in the snow. Some feelings could not be forgotten, but gradually turned into ice. Once it was hot, it would melt into water, and not a single drop would be left. The two stood under the bridge, close to each other. Yu Shu choked with laughter, as if she had woken up from a dream. I understand. Yu Shu held the corner of the sleeve in her hand, took 2 steps to the side, and turned to walk on the bridge. Jing Chen led the horse behind her without saying a word. There was a distance between them, one in front and the other behind. In the quiet night, the sound of the horse's hooves and footsteps were clear, but also vague. Yu Shu didn't stop until she saw the door to her house. She heard a silence behind her. She stood with her back facing the door for a moment before she turned her head to look at the person's silhouette. She said expressionlessly, "After we part ways today, we are like strangers." Under the hazy moonlight, the man in white nodded slightly and jumped onto the horse's back. With a twist of his arm, he turned the horse around, took a few steps, and suddenly leaped out, galloping away. Until he disappeared, Yushu let go of the determination on her face. She took a deep breath and grabbed her collar. She felt her legs go weak, and almost couldn't stand. Just as she was about to collapse and fall to the ground, an arm wrapped around her from behind and held her firmly. Was it Daozi who just left? Shui Rui wrapped his arms around Yushu's lightly trembling shoulders and helped her to stand steadily. His eyes were slightly narrowed as he stared ahead. When he sensed her weakness and helplessness at this moment, an indescribable flame arose in his heart. At this time, Yushu was weak. She leaned on Shui Rui's arms and didn't want to talk. She stared at the night ahead and nodded slowly. She was not in the mood to think about why Shui Rui appeared at the door of her house. Shui Rui lowered his head to look at her pale countenance, and when he came into contact with her dazed eyes, his heartstrings tightened. When he thought about how the woman he loved would rather grieve for another person, yet was unwilling to clearly see his earnest hope, it was difficult for him to conceal the emotions that had been fermenting for a long time. His warm eyes darkened. He clasped her shoulders tightly with one hand and lifted her soft chin with the other, forcing his figure to be reflected in her eyes. "What's wrong with me?" Yushu didn't react in time. She was stunned for a moment and then came to her senses. She saw Shui Rui's serious face clearly. She murmured, "What did you say, brother?" Shui Rui repeated patiently, "What's wrong with me?" Yushu said blankly, "You are quite good." Shui Rui calmed down and stared at her expression. Although he restrained himself, he was not prepared at all. It came so suddenly, so his low and hoarse voice revealed a trace of awkwardness. "Since I'm not bad, are you willing to be with me?" Yushu blinked her eyes blankly. She was still sad a moment ago, but now she felt that her brain was not enough. Once Shui Rui opened his mouth, he felt at ease. He let go of her chin and pressed both his hands on her shoulders. He gently pushed her away and helped her to stand properly so that they could see each other clearly. Only then did he purse his lips. With a serious expression, he said softly and gently, "Ah Shu, I admire you." Yushu widened her eyes. No matter how slow she was, she could understand what he meant. Her heart suddenly became chaotic. She pushed his hands away in a panic. She blushed and stammered, I. When Shui Rui saw her at a loss of what to do, he knew that he'd been rash. But since some words had been spoken, they couldn't be taken back. Not to mention that he didn't regret choosing this time to let her know of his thoughts. Even if it put her in a difficult position, it was still better than making her wholeheartedly feel sorry for others. Chapter 400. If you want to reject me this time, you'd better think of a smart reason. Yushu was caught off guard by Shui Rui's sudden display of his feelings, and she only felt flustered. She just opened her mouth when she was blocked by a single sentence from Shui Rui, and her arm was held tightly by Shui Rui, causing her to be unable to move away. When she met his pitch-black eyes, she turned her head away in embarrassment, and she had a complicated feeling in her heart that she couldn't tell if it was bitter or salty. "I only regard you as my brother. I have no other feelings." Shui Rui's finger pressed against the throbbing pulse on her wrist, and he laughed slowly as his slanted brows eased up, and he said indifferently, "Don't worry, I can wait for you to have other thoughts." Last time, he failed to express his feelings and was mercilessly rejected by her. At that time, he was timid, so he couldn't blame her. This time, he knew himself and his enemy, so he wouldn't be fooled by her again. Yushu turned around and glared at Shui Rui with her almond-shaped eyes. With the help of the nearby lights, she saw the faint smile on Shui Rui's face, and for some unknown reason, she became slightly agitated. She exerted all her strength to struggle free from his grip on her wrist that was burning hot, and she said angrily, you waited here so late just to say this to me? Fortunately, Shui Rui was used to Yushu's temper. Otherwise, hearing her tone, he would definitely be poured with a basin of cold water. Fortunately, he was already mentally prepared. He was not angry or annoyed. Instead, he was calm and generously admitted, I wanted to say something else, but I changed my mind at the last minute. I think it's important to say this first. He'd restrained himself for these past few days, and he originally couldn't endure it for much longer, yet she just happened to be unaware of it, and he saw with his own eyes that she was still grieving for another man, so how could he continue waiting? Yushu was speechless, and her heart was truly in turmoil. For a moment, she recalled the pained expression in his eyes when he broke off his relationship with Jingchen under the bridge, and for a moment, her mind was thrown into disorder by Shui Rui's serious confession, causing her brows to knit together even more tightly. All right, you don't have to think too much about it for now. Shui Rui couldn't bear to see her frown and sighed. He let go of her arm, fiddled with the stray hair on her forehead, and said pleasantly, Go back and take a nap. Wait until you've rested. Let's talk about us again. In any case, she was right here. He was not afraid that she would run away. At most, she would take a step back, and he would take 2 steps forward. He would always be able to catch her, Shui Rui thought to himself. In the face of Shui Rui's thoughtful suggestion, Yushu couldn't deliberately keep a straight face to him, but she didn't know what to say to him in this situation. She didn't dare to look at his earnest eyes for fear that she wouldn't have enough confidence, so she lowered her head and said, Then I'll go back. Then, without waiting for Shui Rui's reply, he turned around and quickened his pace towards the door. He did not stop for a moment, nor did he look back, as if there was a tiger chasing after him. Shui Rui looked at her panicked back. He raised his hand, twirled the remaining warmth on his fingertips, and slowly clenched his fists. With his hands behind his back, he looked up at the half-moon in the sky, and seemed to be recalling something. His expression was unfathomable. After a while, he sighed with a smile and softly said to himself, Don't wait, beauty fades. When Yushu returned home, it was late, but Zhao Hui and her husband were still awake. When the maid reported that she was back, she called her over to talk to her. Yushu had a lot of things on her mind. She sat with Zhao Hui for a while, then said that she was tired and went back to her room. As soon as she entered the room, Yushu went straight to the bed, took off the outer cover, and threw it away. She picked up the half of the sleeve on the floor, twisted it into a ball, and stuffed it into the small cabinet at the head of the bed. Out of sight, out of mind. Without taking off her shoes, she lay on her back. She was so tired that her whole body felt weak. When she closed her eyes, there were 2 figures swaying around, so she had to open her eyes. Yundo went up to help her take off her shoes, and covered her with a thin quilt. Seeing that she was in a daze with her eyes open, she was afraid that she was thinking about something important, so she did not dare to disturb her, and went out to make tea and hot water. Unexpectedly, when she came back with tea, there was a light snoring sound in the room. Yundo went to the bed and saw that her daughter had fallen asleep with her eyebrows furrowed. This sleep lasted until the next morning. When Yushu woke up, she was still grumpy, but she felt uncomfortable all over. She turned over and touched the quilt with her hand. When she took it out and looked in front of her eyes, she was stunned when she saw red. It was not until Yundo exclaimed that she came back to her senses. Ah! Young miss, this servant will go find madam. Yundo was already 13 or 14 years old. Seeing Yushu's situation, she could guess what was going on. In fact, she also felt it was strange before. After serving Yushu for so many days, she had never seen her having a small period. Now that she reacted, she put down the basin of water in her hands and impatiently ran out. Come back. Yushu quickly stopped her, and said with a straight face, Don't go and startle my mother, just quietly call Shenhua over. Yun-do felt that she had acted rashly, and hurriedly went out, leaving Yu-shu sitting on the bed with a tangled expression, not daring to move. Speaking of which, it had been a year since she replaced the original owner as a ghost. Early on, she discovered that there was something wrong with her body. It was fine that she could eat and sleep, but she missed the few days that a girl should be worried about. Throughout the year, she did not see red even once. Even she herself had almost forgotten that she was a woman. Yu-shu did not tell anyone, so no one noticed. Later, when Zhao Hui came to the capital and lived together with her, she did ask about her once. Yu-shu did not want her to worry, so she vaguely concealed it. However, she did not know that Zhao Hui had already privately told Yun-do to pay more attention to her daily routine. When she found out about this secret of hers, she thought that she was too shy to talk about it, so she did not expose her. Instead, she secretly told He Fangji to add some blood-enriching things to her medicine to help her recuperate. After a while, Yun-do brought Mother Shin, who had been promoted by Zhao Hui to be the housekeeper. She was holding a bundle in her hand. As soon as Mother Shin entered the room, she smiled and coaxed Yu-shu. "Young lady, don't be afraid. This is a good thing. Young lady has grown up. This servant is here to congratulate you." Mother Shin only thought that Yu-shu was a girl who had not left home and did not understand human affairs. She nagged for a while before instructing Yun-do to change Yu-shu's clothes and fold the quilt. She untied the bundle and took out the scattered cotton and cloth bags. After packing them, she gave them to Yu-shu and taught her how to use them. Yu-shu didn't say a word as she changed her clothes and tidied herself up. She asked Yun-do to take out a small handful of silver beans from the dresser drawer and give it to Mother Shin. Mother Shin took it and said a few good words before leaving. After all this, the sun had risen. Yu-shu did not forget that she had arranged to meet Xan Lu and Qin Yuero in front of Taisher Shuyuan yesterday. Now, she could only miss the appointment. Perhaps it was the first time her body had drunk Kuei water. It was really inconvenient for her to go out. "Young lady, Madam asked the kitchen to boil red bean soup. You should drink a bowl while it's hot." Yun-do walked into the room with a plate. How could the movements of Yu-shu be hidden from Zhao Hui? It was just that it was not good for a pregnant woman who was about to give birth to see red, so she did not come to see her pregnant. Yu-shu leaned on the bed listlessly and drank a bowl of sweet red bean soup. It had only been one morning, but she missed the relaxed days. However, she also knew that it was a good thing. "By the way, young lady." Yun-do served tea to Yu-shu to rinse her mouth. She remembered something. Last night, Mr. Shui came. He heard that you did not come back, so he went out to pick you up. Didn't you meet him on the road? It would have been better if Yun-do did not mention it. Once she mentioned it, Yu-shu remembered the two annoying things last night. She felt a headache when she thought about it. She rubbed the blue veins on her forehead and said in a low voice, "I didn't see him. You can go out. I want to lie down for a while." Seeing her face, Yun-do did not know what she said wrong. She obediently took the tea tray and the soup bowl and left. Yu-shu turned her body and used one hand as a pillow. She sorted out her chaotic thoughts. The first thing she thought of was the relationship between her and Jing Qin. She felt bitter in her throat. At that time, she thought that she had found a good man for herself. She did not expect that it would be like this. She could not help but think of the comment that when Xiao An, who was good at fortune-telling, once gave her, "Drawing water with a sieve is all in vain." Friends who had gone through life and death together, how many times could they meet again in a lifetime? Jing Qin said that he would let go of her just like that. If she said that she didn't have any complaints, it would be impossible. What she resented was not Jing Qin, but the fate that he was born with. In her previous life, she did not believe in ghosts and gods at all. She did not believe in the so-called fate. But after she came to dawn, the more she learned about Yi, the more she saw the relationship between human life and heaven. It was really mysterious and reasonable. Jing Chen's words last night, "I'm just afraid that I'll fall in love with you," made her feel extremely sad. She was not a soft-hearted person, but she always had an inexplicable pity for him. Even if he was cruel enough to say, "Our fate ends here," she would still feel sad for him for not being able to control himself. It was easy to say that they broke up. She said that they were like strangers, but it was just to make him feel at ease. Yu Shu was not a person who liked to be sad. After frowning for a while, she no longer acted like a sad and weak girl. She had to cry a few times before letting it go. On the other side, she put aside the matter of Jing Qin, but she still could not relax. Not because of anything else, but because of what Shui Rui said last night. It was enough to give her a headache. Truthfully speaking, at the beginning, when Shui Rui suggested addressing them as brother and sister, it wasn't that she didn't suspect that he hadn't given up on her. But as the two of them got along for a long period of time, she gradually stopped taking precautions against him, and she wholeheartedly took him to be a reliable older brother. Thinking of this, Yu Shu could not help but laugh at herself. She laughed at herself for being smart all her life, but at this moment, she was muddle-headed. Who would be nice to others for no reason? If it was not because he had ulterior motives, then it was because he was looking forward to it. She did not blame Shui Rui for hiding it so deeply. She could only blame herself for being careless. In fact, thinking about it carefully, it was not that he did not reveal some clues. Just like that time when he was drunk, didn't he take the opportunity to kiss her? At this time, Yu Shu remembered an old matter, and she was a little angry. Her ears were slightly hot, and her hand twisted the quilt, thinking that she was pinching someone's flesh. She was also annoyed that she did not live up to expectations and got involved with such a rotten peach blossom. But she had received so much kindness from him, and she could not turn her back on him. Really hateful. Yu Shu gritted her teeth. She was very unhappy in her heart. She simply stopped thinking about it. She turned over, covered herself with the quilt and continued to sleep. Chapter 401. On the first day of April, Yu Shu did not go to Taisha Shuyuan for some reason. In the afternoon, Xan Lu sent someone to ask. Yu Shu asked Yundo to vaguely tell the person that she was not feeling well and that she would meet her in 2 days. On the third day, Yu Shu's period came and went suddenly. On the third day, she seemed to be fine. During these 2 days, Shui Rui came every day. He came at dusk. She said she was sick and he did not want to see her. He did not ask much and left after a cup of tea. On the morning of the 4th day, Yu Shu went out dressed neatly and brought a few gifts that she had prepared for greeting her teacher. Xan Lu had told her a lot of the rules of Taisha Shuyuan. One of them was to enter the door. The teaching style in Taisha Shuyuan was different from that in other places. There were 18 highly respected academicians teaching. They were divided into 6 subjects: Yili, Fengshui, astrology, physiognomy, qigong, and arithmetic. There were 3 academicians in charge of each. However, the 18 academicians taught according to their preferences. It was not like the master of Shaoshua private school, who taught together. Therefore, the students who entered the Taisha library for the first time often decided which academicians they wanted to follow in the first month according to their own intention to study. They would arrange their time reasonably so that they would not be greedy and lose sight of others. This was the so-called entry. Getting off the carriage in front of the Shuyuan, Yu Shu entered alone with the gift box and went to the women's dormitory. Today, there were more students in Taisha Shuyuan than on the first day. She saw many strange faces along the way. There were men and women of different ages. The older ones were more than 30 years old, and the younger ones were about the same age as her. This was another tradition of Taisho Shuyuan. There was no limit to learning. As long as you did not violate the rules here, no one would drive you away even if you stayed here for 8 or 10 years. There was no graduation at all. However, the teachers who could enter the Taisho library either had a wealthy background or were true geniuses. The number of people who could stay there for more than a decade could be counted on one hand. Yushu's room was the second room facing south in the east courtyard of the female dormitory, which was the room where Xia Jiangying was killed. Xan Lu's left neighbor was Xan Lu, and her right neighbor was Ji Xingxuan. However, both rooms were locked at this time. The master was not here. Yushu held several layers of gift boxes in one hand and opened the door with the other. She walked in and put down the things. Then, she checked the windows inside and outside to make sure that no one had stolen into her room in the past few days when she was not here. Speaking of which, other than the slight qi in the room, the bed, chairs, and bookcases had all been replaced. Even the walls had been painted with a new layer of paint. Yushu didn't even feel uncomfortable, let alone afraid. When Yushu was checking the doors and windows, Xan Lu came back. Seeing that the door of Yushu's room was wide open, he called her from outside, Lotus Room, are you inside?" Xan Lu looked around the house. She didn't dare to go in. Suddenly, she saw a head poking out of the bedroom door. She was so scared that she screamed and hurriedly stepped back and fell to the ground. Yushu was also shocked by her scream. Seeing that she had fallen, she ran out to help her. Xan Lu saw that the head just now was Yushu's. He covered his chest in shock, scared me to death. I thought I saw a ghost during the day. Yushu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, "You are too timid." Xan Lu patted the dust on her skirt. She stared at her unconvinced. "Your room is full of qi. What if you are possessed by a ghost?" As soon as she finished speaking, she knew that she had said something wrong and quickly covered her mouth. She apologized awkwardly, I didn't curse you." Yushu's eyes flashed. She smiled and didn't speak. Xan Lu saw that she was not angry, so he took her arm and stared at the room behind her with fear. He said, "Let's go to my room and talk." Yushu knew that she was afraid, so she closed the door and followed her. As soon as they entered Xan Lu's room, the girl became lively again. "Are you feeling better? Why did you get sick in those 2 days and miss the fun?" "It's just a small illness. It's all gone." Yushu asked curiously, "What fun? Tell me." Xan Lu curled his lips and said, "It's all because of the 2 new academicians. The Taisho Shu garden is almost in chaos. Whether they are new or already here, it's like they are splashed with chicken blood all day long. All the men are running to the sushi pavilion, and most of the women are guarding the stargazing platform." Yushu didn't understand. The sushi pavilion and the stargazing platform were 2 places in the garden. She had never visited them, so she didn't know what they were for, but Xan Lu quickly solved the problem for her. The sushi pavilion is the association hall of the Department of Physiognomy. Last year, Academician Han of the Department of Physiognomy retired. Do you know who the new one is? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. The Right Magistrate of the Celestial Commissioner, Madame Lu, resigned from her official position and came to teach. Madame Lu is a famous beauty. How can you see that she is over 30 years old? She used to be a master of Dai and was like an immortal. Now that she can get close to her and admire her, those stinky men will go crazy. They don't know any respect at all. Yushu laughed. Seeing her childish complaints, she could hear that she was feeling injustice for Madame Lu. There is another one. Aren't there 2 new academicians? Xan Lu looked at her and said strangely, "Haven't you heard?" "Heard what?" Yushu looked puzzled. She had never heard of any gossip. Seeing that she really didn't know, Lu rolled his eyes and deliberately kept her in suspense. You know the other one. I know him. Not only do you know him, but we also have a good relationship. Knowing her and having a good relationship with her, he was qualified to be an academician in the Taisho Shuyuan. Yushu thought about it, and a figure appeared in her mind. Her smile suddenly froze, and she heard Lu say, "Hee, I won't tease you. The new academician who teaches astrology is Daozi." Lu didn't notice that Yushu's expression was not right, and said to himself, "You don't know that the academicians in the Taisho Shuyuan are always old people. Now there is a beautiful man in his prime, knowledgeable and noble. Who doesn't like a young female master of De? Even if girls are reserved, it's rare to have such an opportunity to get close to him. How many people don't want to get close to him?" After hearing these words, Yushu's expression had returned to normal. She lightly pursed her lips and said, "What about you? Do you want to get close to him?" "Me?" Lu was stunned. He quickly shook his head and waved his hand, declaring his position, "I'm not as shameless as them." Then, he turned to Yushu and said, "As for you, I heard that your family saved Daozi before. You're lucky that he's our academician. If you make any mistakes in the future, he'll be able to help you." Yushu glanced at her, shook her head, and said, "You're thinking too much. Things aren't like what the rumors say. The Daoist and I don't have much of a relationship, and His Majesty has already rewarded him. How could I dare to try to extort a favor? This bridge is a bridge, and the path is still the path." Lu saw that Yushu said it seriously. He was a little surprised, but he didn't suspect her. "That's good. If you are familiar with Daozi, it will make people jealous. Alas, let's not talk about this. Hurry up and pack up. I will lead the way for you. It's been 3 or 4 days, but you haven't met any academician." Yushu nodded and returned to her room. When she entered the room alone, she sighed at the window and showed a wry smile. Jingchen actually came to the Taisho Shuyuan. It would be difficult not to meet him. In the morning, Lu took Yushu around the Taisho Shuyuan. First, they planned to visit the academicians of Yili and Fengshui. According to Lu, at this time, most of the students gathered with Madame LV and Jingchen, and they didn't join in the fun. As Yushu wished, she didn't want to see Jingchen so soon. During the first few days when the new students arrived, most of the academicians stayed in the Taisho Shuyuan. Some occupied the rosin tea room, and some played the zither by the lake. It was not easy for Yushu to find them one by one. Fortunately, Lu had figured out the way a few days ago. He led her to the black ink shop to see an academician surnamed Shi in the Fengshui department. The black ink shop was deserted. There were only 2 or 3 students sitting on the mat reading books. An old man in his late 60s was holding a painting and sitting at the table to study it. Lu winked at Yushu. The two stepped forward and said in unison, "Sorry to disturb you, academician." Academician Chi looked up and saw 2 young girls. He knew they were new students, so he put down the painting and asked them, "Where did you come from?" Lu spoke first and said obediently, "My surname is Axan, and my first name is Fei Fei. I have admired you for a long time, and I hope you can teach me in the future." Academician Chi smiled and said kindly, "So you are the descendant of Academician Axan. Well, good, you are smart." Then he turned to look at Yushu. Yushu knew that all the 18 academicians of the Taisho Shuyuan were from the 5th class or above. She bowed and said, "My surname is Yu, and my first name is Shu." "Nice to meet you, Academician Chi." Yushu lowered her head and didn't see the old man frowning. He hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Are you the female fortune teller who is in the top 3 of this year's Dian examination?" Hearing this, several people sitting on the floor in the room all raised their heads and looked at Yushu. In addition to surprise, there was a little excitement in their eyes. Yes, I am. Academician Chi looked at her again and picked up the painting again. His voice was obviously cold. I won't be teaching today. You can go now and come back another day. Yushu was keenly aware that the old man didn't like her. She was very puzzled, but she didn't know why. Lu didn't think so much. He said goodbye and pulled her away. However, after that, they went to see several academicians. When they heard Yushu's name, they all put on a cold face and said that it was not convenient to come today, so they asked her to come back another day. Such an obvious cold treatment made Lu realize it no matter how slow he was. They went out of the chess room. Lu looked at Yushu's face and pretended to be relaxed. It's still early. Let's go somewhere else. Yushu shook her head and said, that's all for today. I will see you tomorrow. I will go to Tibet first. Lu couldn't hide his words and couldn't help muttering on the way, I heard from my grandfather that these academicians are very easy to get along with. I am afraid that they treat you like this today because of you. He didn't know whether to continue or not. Yushu turned back and sneered, saying. Chapter 402. The Taisha Library has 4 collections, which are located in the 4 corners of the library. The Tower of Philosophy in the East Courtyard mainly collects the personal notes of past masters of Yi and rare books of famous scholars. The Tower of Jianhan in the West Courtyard mainly collects the history books of the 100 schools of thought. The Tower of Soaring Yellow in the North Courtyard mainly collects the paintings and picture books. The Tower of Bearing Dao in the South Courtyard is where the lectures of the past 100 years, the Book of Changes, and the old scrolls of the Dian are stored. Among the 4 collections, Yushu has only been to the Tower of Bearing Dao. However, the one she is most interested in is the Tower of Philosophy in the East Courtyard. With Lu leading the way, the two quickly arrived at the foot of the Tower of Philosophy. This is a 3-story building with a hexagonal shape, built on a high stone platform. On both sides of the door, there are more than 10 pots of orchids, blooming with pink or yellow flowers. The branches and leaves are very good. Entering, there is an 8-fan painting screen in front of them. Going around it, they see that on both sides of the road covered with a yellow carpet, there are rows of bookcases neatly placed, and there are several figures passing through. Lu introduced to Yushu, all the books and notes in the Tower of Philosophy can only be read in the library, or you can bring your own paper and pen here to copy. It is strictly forbidden to take the original out. Yushu nodded, remembering that Feng Xiaomiao told her before that stealing books in the Taisha Library will be expelled. The two went to the nearest row of bookshelves to look through. Some books are placed in boxes, some are laid flat on the side, most of them are regular manuscripts. There are also some simply bound manuals, the cover wrapped with a layer of oiled paper, clearly marked by the person who organized them later, or named, such as Su Yi's notes, Chu Yixing's manuscripts, or according to the year, such as Bao Tai's 7th year, Xinming's 13th year, etc. However, the arrangement of the books was a little messy, and there was no specific classification. Yushu flipped through the same bookshelf and found books that talked about feng shui, physiognomy, and yili. There were several books that talked about feng shui, physiognomy, and yili. She estimates that there are at least tens of thousands of books in this library, but she has no clue how to search. It is very inconvenient, so Yushu asked Lu, why not separate these books according to the Dian 6 sciences? It is much easier to find. Lu was reading a letter with great interest. Hearing this, he raised his head and smiled at her. Only the books in the Tower of Philosophy are scattered like this. I've long heard my 5th brother complain about this. This is also an old custom of the Taisha Library. It's all about fate. If you're lucky, you'll be able to find precious fragments left behind by predecessors on the first day. My luck wasn't good, and I searched for 3 months without finding anything. After saying that, she put down the notes in her hand and said to Yushu eagerly, let's split up. I'll go over there, and you stay here. Maybe we can find some secrets. That's fine. Yushu agreed quickly. In fact, she did not take her words seriously. In his heart, he thought that if it was so easy to find some broken chapter, it would have been packed with people by now, and there wouldn't be so few people here. So he waited until Axie and Lu left his sight. She looked through the books on the shelf one by one and chose the ones that were useful to her. When it was almost noon, she really found a few books. On the other hand, Axie and Lu found nothing and came downstairs with a face full of dirt. Yushu closed the notes she was reading and teased her, what did you find? Humph, my fifth brother is right. Those rumors are just to fool people. It's just that people are too lazy to tidy it up. Let's go. Let's go eat first. We don't want to waste time here. Look at you, you're dirty. Go back to the women's dormitory to freshen up. I'll finish these 2 pages and then come back to find you. Yushu was reluctant to give up the notes explaining Yin-Yang studies in her hand. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to find it next time. After sending Axie and Lu away, Yushu stayed alone in the philosopher's tower for a long time. She finished reading a thin notebook of notes before she left reluctantly. She was calculating in her heart that if she went to visit the academician again tomorrow and continued to be rebuffed, she would not go and provoke that fellow. It was not a bad idea to stay here for a while. Yushu had lunch with Axie and Lu. Because she was not fully prepared, she could not copy books. She left Taisher Shuyuan in the afternoon. When she returned to the west of the city, she saw 3 or 4 sedans parked across the street from her house as soon as she got off the carriage. She had never seen them before. The manservant who guarded the door moved a stool and sat inside the door. When he saw Yushu coming down, he quickly stood up and ran forward. Miss, you're back. There are guests at home. Yushu was not in a hurry to go in. She first asked who the guests were. The manservant could not tell her clearly. He pointed at the large pile of gifts behind the door and said that they were gifts from someone. Because Yushu had warned her before not to accept gifts from strangers, she just left them there. Most people who came to give gifts had a request. Yushu entered the door in doubt. When she just walked to the door of the living room, several well-dressed figures came out to greet her. They all bowed and said, "Greetings, female fortune teller." Yushu glanced at them. She did not know any of them. She raised her hand to return the greeting and asked hesitantly, "You are?" Someone answered first, "I'm the shopkeeper of Fengxin Chamber of Commerce. My surname is Qin." Shopkeeper Qin. Yushu put down her hand and vaguely guessed the purpose of these people's visit. The others did not want to be left behind. They reported their names one by one. "I'm the shopkeeper of Jiangfu Chamber of Commerce, Hu Dong Lai." The 4 people in front of Yushu were from several different chambers of commerce. They were all shopkeepers. As for the purpose of their visit, she guessed that it was most likely that the masters behind them wanted to recruit her, so they sent them to inquire about her. "Please take a seat inside." Yushu invited them to sit in the living room. She asked the servants to change the tea. After a brief conversation, as expected, these people were just messengers. "Female fortune teller, the big master of Jiangfu Chamber of Commerce has heard of your reputation. He admires you very much. He would like to invite you to be a distinguished guest of our Chamber of Commerce. He is willing to give you 500 taels of silver every month. Please take care of us." Shopkeeper who spoke first. Yushu understood what he meant. What distinguished guest? To put it bluntly, he was just a senior consultant. It was just like when she was a guest in Fu an escort agency. But now, she was a fortune teller, so her value had increased by more than 10 times. Yu Shu smiled at him, but she did not agree. She turned to the other 3 people and listened to their purpose of coming. Their words were similar to shopkeeper Hu's. Some of them even offered more generous conditions. 500 taels a month, 6,000 taels a year, and there was no need to pay taxes. Yu Shu once again sighed with emotion that there were so many rich people in Enling City. She remembered that she used the 6 lines technique to extort 2,000 taels from the Ji family. She was still complacent. But now, her reputation was worth 6,000 taels a year. It was really a person's reputation. The shadow of a tree, that was then, this was now. The 4 people eagerly waited for Yu Shu's reply. They saw her sighing and smiling. Their hearts were also in a mess. They were afraid that she would choose someone else, but no one said anything to urge her. Although she was a young lady, she dared to challenge Han Wenguang. They had to be careful when dealing with such a character that only appeared once every 10 years. When Yu Shu regained her senses, she saw 4 pairs of eyes staring at her. She smiled and stood up. She cupped her hands and said, "Thank you for helping me to go back and thank your boss." Yu Shu thanked them for their kindness. "Unfortunately, I promised to help others take care of their business, so I don't have the energy to take care of other things. Please go back." She wanted to study in Taisher Shuyuan. In her free time, she also wanted to help Shui Rui manage the business of Wang Jilu. She didn't want to be tied down by other affairs. She couldn't earn 6,000 taels. She made up her mind. Yu Shu didn't care how regretful the person was. She sent him away with a few polite words and went back to her room. She just changed her coat and washed her face with water. She heard a servant outside reporting, "Mr. Shui is here. He asked you to come to the front to talk." Yu Shu raised her head from the basin with water flowing down. Yun Do hurriedly held a towel, but Yu Shu grabbed it. She covered her face for a moment, then took it down. She said helplessly, "Serve a pot of good tea. Tell him I will come later." It had been 3 days. She couldn't keep hiding from him like a mouse hiding from a cat. That would be too useless. Shui Rui sat in the living room and watched as the servant went to the backyard to make a report. Initially, he did not expect to be able to see Yu Shu today, but he did not expect that after a while, the servant came back and told him that it was a piece of good news. It had been 3 days. He thought about Yu Shu's temper. At most, she would hide from him for 5 or 6 days. If it was any longer, even if he wasn't anxious, she wouldn't be able to stay calm. Therefore, he went to the west of the city every afternoon after leaving the yamen. It wasn't that he had to see her, but it was a declaration to let her know that he had patience. Shui Rui raised his teacup and slowly drank his tea as he stared at the direction of the door. After a short moment, his gaze flickered, and he saw Yu Shu wearing a robe that was tied at the waist and didn't wear any pearls or jade ornaments, causing her to seem like a young man that could be seen everywhere. Yu Shu had her hands behind her sleeves as she walked in with an expressionless face, and then she sat down opposite him. "Big brother is so free. You come to my place every day. Is it because my tea is good? Why don't I make a pot for you when you leave? You can take it home and brew it. That way, you don't have to run back and forth." When he heard her speak, Shui Rui wanted to laugh. It had been a long time since she made fun of him. Now that he heard her say a few sour words, he felt comfortable. "Even if I don't have this tea, I still want to come." Shui Rui covered the teacup and put it on the table. He suddenly sat up straight and clasped his hands on his knees. He leaned forward and stared at her. He said, "You know that I didn't come for a sip of tea." Actually, Shui Rui was born with a pair of peach blossom eyes. Because his eyebrows were thick and straight, his eyes usually didn't appear to be beautiful. However, if he were to stare at someone seriously, it would be very difficult not to be captivated by his gaze. Being stared at like this, Yushu felt the hairs on her back stand. Her face stiffened. Even her breathing became uneven. After enduring for a while, she finally could not bear it. She glared at him and turned her head away to avoid his gaze. She said angrily, "You are allowed to say one thing and do another to deceive me. Can't I be unhappy? I'm not made up of paper. Didn't we have a good talk earlier? Didn't you already give up on me? You even called me brother and sister. It turns out that it was a lie. Now you're saying that you admire me. What can I do with you? What can I do with you? If I play the bad guy and reject you, you won't be able to swallow this anger. It will make me look like I don't have a heart. Since I can't reject you, do you want me to play the good guy and flatter you? People's hearts are made of flesh." Shui Rui sincerely treated her well. She understood. But in the relationship between a man and a woman, how could she give herself to him just because he treated her well? Wouldn't that lose her original heart and become a business transaction? She did not want to hypocritically deal with a person who sincerely treated her. So she could not accept it and could not reject it. When Shui Rui heard Yushu's question, it wasn't difficult for him to sense that she was reluctant to part with the affection between them from her heartfelt words. He thought to himself that his imperceptible influence over the past few days wasn't in vain. Looking at her, his gaze couldn't help turning gentle as he said in a light voice, "Who wants you to flatter me? I've never forced you. I was unable to restrain myself that day, and I didn't want to hide it anymore, so I told you the truth. Ah, Shu, since you can't reject me, why don't you slowly consider me and treat me as an ordinary man? See if I am a person worth entrusting." Hearing this, Yushu slowly turned her head. Looking at his serious face, a corner of her heart was touched. She lowered her eyes and lightly said, "Big brother is confused. Whether you are a person worth entrusting or not, it has nothing to do with me. When a man and a woman go on a blind date, especially for a royal family like you, the most important thing is to have a suitable family background. My life is nothing but a poor father and a poor mother. But I am a strong person. If you want me to talk about love with you, how will you treat me in the future? If one day your family arranges a good marriage for you, you won't be able to reject it. Do you want me to bow down to someone else?" When he finished listening to her last sentence, Shui Rui was slightly stunned, and as he gazed at the self-ridicule that curled up on the corners of her mouth, he suddenly realized something. His eyes narrowed as he exerted force in his hand, and the sound of bones cracking resounded out. He stood up and walked a few steps to arrive before her, and then he lowered his head and spoke word for word clearly. "Looks like I didn't make myself clear earlier, and I don't know where I caused you to misunderstand. Listen carefully, if I am in a good relationship with you, I will marry you. Even if you are willing to bow down to someone else, it will depend on whether I agree or not. Such a woman with more backbone than a man, more affectionate and righteous, he respected and liked her. If she promised her life to him, how could he bear to humiliate her?" Yushu looked at the hem of Shui Rui's clothes in front of her eyes and clenched the armrest. Listening to his cold declaration, she suddenly felt flustered and short of breath. She didn't know why she was sitting on pins and needles. She didn't dare to raise her head and didn't dare to answer. She was afraid that if she opened her mouth, it would provoke him to say something shocking. When Shui Rui saw that she shrank back, he suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He knew that he was impatient just now and didn't control his words well. Looking at the situation, if he stayed, he might provoke her to rebel. After hesitating for a moment, he had to soften his voice. "Think about what I said. I will go back first." After that, without waiting for her to reply, he turned and walked out. When he was about to reach the door, he paused and turned to look at her. But he happened to see her peeping at him. Yushu turned her face away in embarrassment. Her heart was half dead. Ha! Shuirui laughed loudly and walked away with his hands behind his back. Chapter 403. In the middle of the night, Yushu sits at the table and pinches the bridge of her nose. She puts down the handwritten notes that she has only read a few pages and prepares to change clothes and go to bed. When Shuirui came in the afternoon, he disturbed her so much that she didn't even have the mood to read. She sat there for nothing for the whole night and memorized everything. There were probably not many women in this world who wouldn't be moved after hearing a man swear to marry her. Shuirui asked her to think about it. She thought about it and looked at him purely from a woman's point of view. There was not a single bad thing about this person. He was knowledgeable, elegant, came from a prestigious family, had good looks, and was a loyal person. What was rare was that he could treat her with sincerity. If she met such a man in her previous life, she couldn't think of any reason to refuse him. But in this life, she has to think about it again and again when she meets Shuirui. What kind of family background did Shuirui have? He was a senior statesman of 3 dynasties, the eldest son of the current left minister Shui's mansion, the nephew of the imperial concubine, and a descendant of nobility who called the princes and heirs brothers. He grew up in luxurious clothes and luxurious horses, and compared to a commoner like her who was born in the streets, it was like heaven and earth. She doesn't belittle herself, but with Shuirui's condition, he can even marry a princess. Speaking of which, a year ago, the Shui family intended to marry the Ji family. They liked Ji Xingxuan, so they sent a housekeeper to Yiyang. At that time, she was roasted by the Ji family and was chosen to warm the bed. They even asked several masters to look at her together for fear that her fate would offend young Master Shui. Ji Xingxuan's father had to be humble in front of a housekeeper of the Shui family and didn't dare to speak loudly. It can be seen that the Ji family has high standards. Even the Ji family, which is a local noble family, looks down on them, let alone her, who has no parents and whose mother is a concubine. If one day, she and Shuirui come to an agreement and the two families go on a blind date, will the Shui family not give her any face? Will Zhao Hui and her husband not be implicated? Will she be able to tolerate her temper? Not to mention that Shuirui would protect her. Since when did she want to rely on others to live? Didn't she fight step by step until now? If she was willing to lower her head and admit defeat, would she still be herself? Sigh. Yushu wiped her face and laid on the bed with a heart full of worries. She was still thinking about the gap between her and Shuirui when she heard the door suddenly being pushed open and Yundo rushed in. Miss, Madam is about to give birth. Yushu was shocked and quickly got up from the bed. He put on his shoes, grabbed his jacket, and hastily put it on. Without stopping, he ran out. Yesterday at breakfast, she heard He Fangji say that it would be half a month. Now that Zhao Hui was suddenly going to give birth, and she was at an advanced age, it would be strange if she didn't panic. On the 5th day of April, in the early morning, Zhao Hui gave birth to a son. Both mother and son were safe. The He family finally had a successor. Old Madam He was so happy that she cried. She gave a big red envelope to the midwife and rewarded the servants inside and outside the room. Yushu was also very happy. Along with the old lady's share, she also tipped some money for the wedding. Needless to say, He Fangji didn't sleep for the whole night. Her eyes were red as she stood by Zhao Hui and her son's bed, expressing her gratitude in a low voice. She didn't care if Zhao Hui, who was in a deep sleep, could hear her. Thank you so much, my wife. Thank you for your hard work. I'm so tired. Yushu and Yuxiaoxiu stood at the door and looked around, listening to his silly words. They couldn't help laughing. At dawn, Mrs. Shen brought the wet nurse, who had been asked by Yushu to look at the birth date. into the yard and placed her in the next room. She carefully carried the baby over to breastfeed. Yu Xiaoxiu wanted to follow her, but Yu Shu grabbed his collar and pulled him away. She urged him to pack his books and send him to school. When Yu Shu walked him out of the door, Pei Jing happened to rush over with Madame Qin. Last night was so busy that no one sent news to eldest brother-in-law. In the morning, old Madame he reminded them to send someone to report the good news. Mrs. Qin went to the backyard to visit Zhao Hui. As a man, Pei Jing couldn't go in, so he waited for news in the living room. After sending Yu Xiaoxiu away, Yu Shu came back to drink tea with him. The two sat together and chatted. As they talked about how several chambers of commerce came to invite Yu Shu yesterday. 4 chambers of commerce came and offered me 500 taels a month. They invited me to join them, but I didn't agree. Yu Shu said. Pei Jing was a little surprised. These 4 chambers of commerce are all famous in the capital. 500 taels a month is not a small amount. You don't need to do anything extra. Why don't you go? Uncle, you forgot that I am still the manager of Wangji Building and will go to Taisher Shuyuan to study. How can I care about other people's business? Besides, they won't give me 6,000 taels a year for nothing. At that time, they will use my reputation to make trouble and delay my study. Yu Shu explained. Pei Jing nodded. That's right. You understand. That's good. Now you should put your studies first. Don't waste your reputation. Yu Shu rolled her eyes and suddenly asked, I am a little puzzled. Uncle is the manager of the Taihing Chamber of Commerce. I thought you would be the first to invite me. Why are you advising me to help others? Pei Jing twisted his lips and rolled his eyes at her. He said in a bad mood, You are my niece. You are not an outsider. If I have a problem, I will thicken my face and ask you. Why do I need to give you money for nothing? Besides, the Taihing Chamber of Commerce doesn't belong to me alone. Who am I going to do good for? Hearing his straightforward words, Yu Shu couldn't help but chuckle. She thought to herself that her uncle was indeed a wonderful person. He didn't seem like a merchant who only cared about profit, but he was actually very clear about everything. As they were talking, He Fangji came out with an unshaven beard. When Pei Jing saw him, he laughed at him and quickly asked his little nephew. Yu Shu gave up her seat and went to the back to look at her child. The news of the He family's new addition quickly spread to the neighbors. That afternoon, many people sent gifts over. The gifts were not light, and it was obvious that they were here for Yu Shu, the female fortune teller. Zhao Hui couldn't manage the family's affairs. Yu Shu didn't go to Taisher Library today and accepted the gifts. Because there were too many gifts, there was no place to put them, so they were all piled up in a storeroom. Yu Shu had a white and chubby younger brother. She was in a good mood and sat in the living room. She chatted and joked with these aunts without any airs. So this afternoon, the living room was full of people. Those who came early sat and didn't want to leave. Those who came late found a place to stand. It was like a lively market. Yu Shu saw the scene and secretly thought that it was time to tidy up the house Lu Tan gave her and move the whole family to a more spacious environment. At dusk, Yu Shu asked a maid to send the last neighbor out. Then, she closed the door and went back to her room to rest. Yun Do came in quietly with a wooden plate. Master asked the kitchen to cook chicken ginseng. Madam asked to serve it to you. There is still some time before dinner. You should warm your appetite first. Put it aside. Pour me a glass of water first. Yu Shu leaned on the bed and was too lazy to move. After sitting for the whole afternoon, her back was sore and her throat was dry. It was not easy to chat with a large group of people. Yu Shu squinted at the sky outside the window and muttered, Shui Rui better not come at this time. Just as she thought of this, someone outside the room reported, "Miss, Master Shui sent someone to deliver something. I brought it in." Yushu looked outside the door and waved her hand to signal Yundo to bring it in. After a while, a tube of tea and a note were sent to her. Yushu opened the note and saw the leisurely handwriting. "Recently, I came to drink tea, but you disliked it. It is better to prepare 4 tales and come tomorrow to drink." After reading these 2 sentences, Yushu pursed her lips. In the end, she couldn't hold back her laughter. She didn't know whether this person was too self-aware or thick-skinned. She just said something out of anger yesterday, but he remembered it. He even prepared his own tea. Why didn't he just bring a bucket of water and come to her place to boil tea? Yushu smiled as she held the teacup and note in her hand, and she suddenly became slightly more open-minded. A modest gentleman like Shui Rui was tactful and sensible. Since he wouldn't make it difficult for her to make a decision, then why should she bind herself in a cocoon and look for trouble for herself? It was better to let nature take its course. "Take it." Yushu handed the tea tube to Yundo and said, "Next time Mr. Shui comes, use this tea to entertain him." Then, she folded the note and stuffed it into the small cabinet at the head of the bed. She put it together with the silk sleeve and put away her troubled thoughts. The next day, Yushu woke up early to see her little brother. Then, she went out with Yu Xiaoxiu. She sent him to Baichuan Academy on the way and then headed to Taishu Shuyuan. She waited for Xian Lu in the female dormitory and explained to her why she didn't come yesterday. When Xian Lu heard that her family had a child, she quickly congratulated her. She searched all over her body and pulled off a silver chain from her wrist. There was a small bell hanging on it. When it was shaken, it would make a clear and melodious sound. "Here, this is for you. This is a good treasure that my 5th brother gave me." Xian Lu proudly shook the silver bell and stuffed it into Yushu's hand. She said, "It is easy for children to meet dirty things. They will be scared and cry. Hang this Qingxin bell on his cradle. When you see him crying, ask the nanny to shake it. It will definitely be useful." Yushu looked at the fine silver bell in her hand doubtfully. She thanked her and put it away. She was more or less curious about the 5th brother that she mentioned several times. "By the way, can you stay here with me tonight?" Xian Lu embarrassedly asked Yushu. "You didn't come yesterday, so I became an apprentice of another old academician in the astrology department. I picked up an errand to record. Tonight, I will go to the observatory. I am afraid to be alone. You are brave enough to accompany me." Yushu thought about it and nodded. "That's fine. I will go home in the afternoon to pack some clothes. I will go with you tonight." Xian Lu saw that she agreed and smiled. Then, she thought of something else and pouted. "I didn't want to trouble you, but Yuero listened to her mother and became an apprentice of a Taoist. She got another errand. She is still with that Ji Xingxuan." When Yushu heard this, she was silent for a moment. Then, she said nonchalantly, "I see that you don't like Ji Xingxuan. Why is that?" Xian Lu's eyes avoided her question. She turned her head and said, "Isn't there a rumor that right adjudicator Ji practiced favoritism during the Diyan examination? How can Ji Xingxuan be innocent?" "I don't think she is good, so I naturally dislike her." Chapter 404. Xian Lu had been apprenticed to 2 academicians. One was Academician Dou Lang of the Department of Feng Shui, and the other was Academician Sima Kuei of the Department of Astrology. Both of them were extremely knowledgeable and had held important positions in the Imperial Astronomer in the early years. Due to their advanced age, they had to resign from the study. In comparison, Lu Yuling, who was only 30 years old, was transferred to LoveLore Library to teach. It was indeed a little unfair. No wonder many people felt it was unfair for her. Yushu came to the girl's room in the evening. Xan Lu was already waiting for her. At this time, the night was still dark and the stars were not clear. The best time to observe the stars should be after midnight. They went back to their rooms to rest and slept until midnight. At midnight, there was a knock in the study. Yushu got up with sleepy eyes and put on her clothes. She fumbled for the candlestick at the head of the bed and took a wooden comb to temporarily tie her hair into a ponytail. As soon as she finished combing, she heard Xan Lu knock on the door and whispered to her, "Lotus Room, are you up?" "Well, wait a minute." Yushu hung up the cloth bag containing the charcoal and paper, and took a lantern out of the room. When she opened the door, she saw Xan Lu standing outside the door with a bulging leather bag in his arms. He was wearing a light-colored cloak to keep out the wind, and he was holding a bright tiger lantern in his hand. "What are you holding?" Yushu whispered to her while locking the door. Xan Lu patted the leather bag in his arms and said, "It's a pole scale and a ruler for measuring angles. You haven't seen it before, right? I'll teach you how to use it later." Yushu had seen Hui Xianzhenren's chaotic sky divination record. She knew that ancient people often used a lot of tools to observe celestial bodies. It was not surprising. "Well, let's go." LoveLore Library was very quiet at night. It was spring and the grass was deep. Yushu and Xan Lu walked at night by candlelight. When they passed by the garden pond, they could hear insects and the swaying shadows of trees. Xan Lu was timid. He stayed close to Yushu and did not dare to go far. Suddenly, there was a cat's meow. She was so startled that she grabbed onto Yushu's sleeve and refused to let go. Yushu saw that she was about to hang on to her and helplessly said, "Since you're afraid of the dark, why bother asking for this job? Can't you let someone else do it?" Xan Lu felt wronged and said, "Do you think I like it? It's all because many of the students this year have become disciples of the Taoist. There are only 2 new students at fellow Sima's place, and the other one is a man. The academician assigned me 2 errands. One was to observe the stars, and the other was to go to the Dianhan building to set up a bookshelf. It was both dirty and tiring. I had no choice but to pick this one. You have to know that only by doing a good job and making the academicians satisfied will I be able to get the opportunity to personally guide them. How could I not do it? This was also a tradition of the LoveLore Library. Even if one followed an academician, it did not mean that one would receive the other party's teachings. The academicians would arrange things from time to time. Only by doing a good job would they be satisfied and learn some skills. Didn't you say during the day that Miss Qin and Ji Xingxuan were also assigned by the Taoist to observe the stars? Will we meet them tonight? Yushu asked. No, I've already told Yuro to come again tomorrow night. When she mentioned Ji Xingxuan, Xan Lu couldn't help but complain. This year, the astrology department released an empty list. It's all because of the Ji family that many hard-working traders have been delayed. That Ji girl really has the nerve to continue to stay in the LoveLore Library. There are still some unreasonable people surrounding her all day, as if she will become the celestial commissioner soon. There were many people who knew why the Ji family declined and why Ji Huaishan was removed from his position and investigated. However, the cause of this matter was revealed by Yushu, but not many people knew. At least Xan Lu didn't know that the collapse of the Ji family had much to do with Yushu. Yushu smiled and didn't agree with her. The two went around a row of screen walls and passed by the weeping flower door. The scenery in front of them suddenly changed, and their vision widened. 10 zhang away, a tall stone building rose from the flat ground, standing upright in the night. A wide and long stone path was paved on the flat grass, leading straight to the foot of the stone building. The surrounding air was fresh and the trees were far away. Looking up, one could see the entire galaxy. It was endless and made one feel small. That's the observatory. It was the first time Yushu stepped into this place. Yes, my grandfather said that when the Taisha Library was first built, they first hired skilled craftsmen to build this building. It has been 200 years now. I don't know how many seniors have watched the stars and the moon on that platform. Xan Lu's expression was reverent. Let's go, let's light the lamp first, then I will show you the objects here. Xan Lu excitedly pulled Yushu and went straight to the foot of the stargazing tower. From the north, Yushu held the tiger lantern in one hand and was able to see the stone tower clearly. It turned out that the wall ladder was built on the outside and spiraled upwards on the left and right sides. In the hole in the wall, there was a square light hole. Xan Lu held a match and lit it one by one. The stairs were high and steep. After climbing more than 50 steps, the two stepped onto the platform at the top. It was about 3 or 4 zhang square, surrounded by low parapet walls. On the north side, there were 2 small houses, separated by bamboo curtains. They didn't know what was inside. It was quiet upstairs and downstairs, and the sound of the wind was sparse. Except for the 2 of them, there was no one else. No wonder Xan Lu didn't dare to come alone. Come with me. Xan Lu casually put the leather bag in his hand on the ground and pulled Yushu to the open space between the 2 small houses. It was just big enough for the 2 of them. There was no wall in the middle, and they could see downstairs when they looked down. It was where they had just come up. Look, Xan Lu pointed down and showed Yushu a long vertical stone path on the ground. He said, that is the sky measuring ruler. There is a sink on it, and when it is filled with clear water, it can reflect the bright spots of the stars in the sky. At different seasons, the positions of the stars in the sky are different, and you can see the length of the stars from the sky measuring ruler. Yushu had only seen some introductions in books before, so she didn't know as much as Xan Lu in this area. The celestial divination relied on the big astrolabe to measure, so these instruments couldn't be used, but it didn't stop her from being interested in learning a thing or two. What's that over there? Yushu pointed to a few heavy instruments at the southeast corner of the platform and asked. Oh, that's the yang instrument, that's the Fengzhen case, and there's also the Shengong overflow. Haven't you seen the illustrated book? Yushu nodded. Then what do we do now? Do we go down and pour water into the sky measuring ruler? Yes, fellow Sima wants me to record the positions of the stars tonight. Xan Lu said shyly, why don't you go down with me? Yes. Yushu didn't mind walking a few more steps in order to gain knowledge. She held the lantern and led the way. When the 2 of them were halfway down the stairs, Xan Lu suddenly smacked his head and called out to her, I forgot to bring the water ladle. I didn't see it when I was down there, so someone must have left it in the dark room. I'll go up and get it. Wait for me here. The wall ladder was not easy to climb. Xan Lu didn't want to ask Yushu to accompany her up, so he took the lantern from her and went back alone. Yushu stood on the stairs waiting for Xan Lu. She looked up at the nebulous sky and was staring at the North Star in a daze. Suddenly, she heard a scream coming from upstairs. Ah! Yushu's expression changed instantly. She turned around and ran upstairs while shouting Xan Lu's name, Fei Fei. She climbed up the stairs as fast as she could. As soon as she stood on the platform, she looked around and saw Xan Lu sitting outside a stone house. She was crawling out with her hands and feet. The tiger lantern fell to the side and was burning with a dazzling flame. Yushu quickly ran up to help her. What happened? Xan Lu grabbed Yushu's arm and looked at her in horror. Her expression was almost distorted. She pointed at the stone house with a trembling hand and cried in a different tone, inside. Yushu frowned and looked at the direction she was pointing. But there was a bamboo curtain outside the stone house. It was dark inside and she couldn't see anything. Yushu was brave. She patted Axianlu's back and motioned her to let go of her. She stood up and walked forward. She pushed the bamboo curtain aside. The fallen lantern at the door was still burning. She squinted her eyes to adapt to the darkness in the house. Suddenly, she saw a pair of embroidered shoes hanging in the air. When she looked up, she saw a pale and stiff face, a dead person. Yushu was shocked and then took 2 steps back. The bamboo curtain in her hand fell with a clatter, covering the creepy picture. She instantly got goosebumps. Then she heard Axianlu's intermittent cry, "Lotus room." What should I do? That seems to be Chao Yuling. Yushu sucked in a breath of cold air and forced herself to calm down. After all, she had escaped from a pile of corpses. Although she was scared, she wasn't scared to death by the scene just now. Chao Yuling. Wasn't that the lady who quarreled with Axianlu on the first day they registered at Taisho Shuyuan? Yushu swallowed her surprise and reached out to pull Axianlu. "Someone is dead. Let's go and call someone. Is there a guard nearby? Get up, let's go." Axianlu's legs were weak and trembling. She was forcibly pulled up from the ground by Yushu. Although she had no strength, she was more afraid to stay here. She struggled to move her legs and staggered to the stairs. She was so scared that she held Yushu's arm tightly and refused to let go. She almost stepped on the stairs several times, but was pulled back by Yushu. They ran downstairs. Axianlu no longer had the strength to walk and sat down on the ground. Yushu was anxious, but she couldn't drag her, so she had to shout at the top of her voice, "Help, help." As soon as the shout started, it soon resounded through the quiet night sky. No one knew how many people would wake up from their dreams tonight. Yushu's shout attracted 2 guards who were on duty nearby. They hurried over and listened to Yushu's description. They ran upstairs to check and confirmed that a female student was strangled. They immediately left one to take care of them and the other ran to call for help. Not long after, people were woken up in the middle of the night and came to the observatory after hearing the news. Around 3:00 in the morning, the government got the news. The constables rushed to the place and asked about the situation. They dispersed the nearby onlookers, leaving Yushu and Axianlu, who found the body first, and the 2 guards who ran first. Chapter 405. Opening a new chapter. In the morning, Shui Rui came to the Supreme Court in a sedan chair as usual. He met his colleagues at the door, exchanged a few words, and entered the yamen. He had just finished a case the day before yesterday, so Shui Rui was free today. He was going to the library to find a few files to read. Just as he walked to the east courtyard, he was stopped by a servant who caught up behind him. Lord Shui, the minister asks you to come quickly." Shui Rui turned his head and followed the servant to see Minister Guo Huaiyan of the Supreme Court. He asked, "What happened?" "It seems that there was a murder case in Taisho Library." Shui Rui was startled. He knew that Yushu was cultivating there, so he didn't want her to get involved. Worried, he hastened his footsteps and soon arrived at the front of the main office. He saw Guo Huaiyan, who was dressed in court attire and was about to leave. "Lord Qingbai, you came at the right time." Guo Huaiyan was relieved when he saw Shui Rui. He beckoned him forward and said, "I just received a report from the yamen that someone was hanged last night in Taisho Library. Go and check it out now. I need to go to court urgently. I will listen to your report when I come back." After saying this, he hurriedly lifted his court clothes and left. Shui Rui didn't waste any time. and he called over 2 guards before changing horses to rush to the Imperial Historian's library. In a small building not far from the observatory and Taisher Library, Yu Shu sat alone on a chair. She supported her sore forehead and tiredly glanced at the Yamen runner standing guard at the door. Last night, Xian Lu and she found Chao Yuling's body in the small house on the observatory. The guards who heard the news went to report it. Soon, the Shun Tian prefecture sent constables over. Without saying a word, they invited her and Xian Lu to this small building for questioning. The questioning lasted until dawn. During this time, the Chao family heard the news and came. They cried and made a fuss, but they could not get Chao Yuling's body back. They were arranged to wait elsewhere. Xian Lu fainted halfway because of the excessive fright. He was sent back to the women's dormitory. She was healthy and stayed. Her life was at stake. She was cooperative and didn't insist on leaving. "Sir, this way please." Yu Shu raised her head and saw a plump middle-aged man in an official's robe walk in, followed by a bailiff. Yu Shu couldn't recognize the person, but she thought it was the prefectural magistrate. He stood up and heard the bailiff say, "Sir, this is Miss Yu, who found Miss Chao's body last night." "Miss Yu, this is official Jiang, Changji of the Shun Tian Manor." The Shun Tian Mansion was in charge of the investigation and trial of all the cases in Anling City, except inside and outside the Imperial City. Of all the cases that happened in the capital, the first to be dealt with was the Shun Tian Manor. Only then would it be transferred to the Ministry of Justice, which was 1 level higher. Furthermore, if it involved a heavy punishment, it would need to be reviewed by the Supreme Court. Chang Ji of the Shun Tian Prefecture was a subordinate official under the prefectural magistrate. He was ranked 5th rank and was also an important position. Yu Shu knew the identity of the person who came, so she didn't put on airs. She saluted and said, "Master Jiang." That Jiang Changji nodded at her and sat down across from her with a fierce expression. He opened his mouth and asked, "When did you find Miss Chao's body last night?" Before dawn, Yu Shu had been asked this question more than a dozen times. When she heard it again, she couldn't help but frown, but she still answered truthfully, "It was after midnight, about half an hour." Jiang Changji coldly said, "It's the middle of the night. What are you doing on the observatory instead of sleeping? Why aren't you telling me the truth?" When Yu Shu heard this, she almost laughed in anger. She had been sitting here for several hours without a word of complaint. This official Chang Ji, on the other hand, gave her an unpleasant expression as soon as he arrived. Who was he putting on airs in front of? Immediately, Yu Shu lost her temper and her face darkened. "Didn't you ask before you came? I have already told the bailiffs everything that happened. If you don't have anything else to ask, then forgive me for not keeping you company." With that, she stood up and prepared to leave. When Jiang Changji saw this, his expression became even worse. He slammed the table and shouted, "I haven't finished asking my questions yet. Where are you going? Stop me." The 2 bailiffs guarding the door immediately reached out and blocked Yu Shu from entering. Yu Shu stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Jiang Changji. With an expressionless face, she asked, "Are you trying to interrogate me like a criminal?" She was a female fortune teller who was ranked 3rd on the 2 rankings and had a 4th-grade scholarly rank. When she saw an official below the 5th rank, she didn't even need to greet him. As for whether or not she had to listen to a 5th-rank official like Jiang Changji, that would depend on her mood. Jiang Changji was about to speak when the bailiffs behind him hurriedly bent down and whispered a few words into his ear. Jiang Changji's expression instantly changed. Presumably, he had finally learned of Yu Shu's identity. He looked at her awkwardly. Soft words didn't work, and cold words didn't work. For a moment, he was at a loss for what to do. After a moment of silence, he said in a strange tone, "Let her go." Seeing that the bailiffs were letting her go, Yu Shu sneered and didn't leave. Instead, she turned around and sat back down on the chair. With one hand supporting her head, she closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Jiang Changji was stunned, and his face twitched. He had no choice but to pull a long face. This official was impatient just now and offended you. Please forgive me, female fortune teller. Yushu lifted her eyelids and then closed them again. She said in a lazy voice, "Didn't Lord Jiang want to ask me questions? Please ask. I will tell you everything I know." Lord Jiang was suddenly depressed. He thought that he had been pestered by his new concubine all night last night and had just fallen asleep at dawn. Suddenly, he received an order from the prefectural magistrate and rushed to Taisha Library in a hurry. He was in a bad mood, so he had to vent his anger. He had heard of this female fortune teller the day before yesterday. Although she was young, it was said that she was a ruthless character who dared to fight head-on with old Master Han and did not suffer any losses. She also seemed to have quite a background. Who would have thought that he would offend her today? Yushu did not know that Lord Jiang was secretly cursing his bad luck. She had other plans in mind, and it was not because she wanted to vent her anger that she did not leave. Chao Yuling's death was strange. Although the constables did not tell her, she guessed that he did not commit suicide and most likely died an unnatural death. She had seen Miss Chao once before. In her impression, she was a straightforward and shrewd person. As a young lady of an aristocratic family, she must have been valued since she was selected to be sent to Taisha Library. Why did she suddenly want to commit suicide? But if she was killed, why did she die on the observatory and disguise the body as a suicide? What was the murderer's purpose? Chao Yuling's death couldn't help but remind her of another murder case that happened in Taisha Library half a year ago, the death of Xia Zhongying. She was full of doubts about whether there was any connection between the two, so she wanted to stay and see if there was any progress. Just as Jiang Changji was worrying about how to get Yushu to leave, a voice came from outside the building. Reporting to Lord Jiang, Lord Shui, the Vice-Chancellor of the Supreme Court, has arrived. Yushu and Jiang Changji looked out at the same time and saw the handsome Shui Rui, who was dressed in a red official uniform and had a goose hat on his head, walking in with a servant. The former had a strange expression on his face, while the latter hurriedly stood up to greet him. Lord Shui. Although they were both fifth-rank officials, the Supreme Court was one rank higher than the Shun Tian Manor and received direct orders from the Emperor. This was why Lord Jiang had to be polite when he saw Shui Rui, not to mention that Shui Rui had other identities. Lord Jiang. Shui Rui and Jiang Changji met face to face. Without giving Jiang Changji a chance to exchange pleasantries, Shui Rui turned around and looked at the exhausted Yushu. He wasn't surprised to see her. Instead, he frowned and said, "Go back and rest first. I already know what happened." When Yushu heard this, she guessed that Shui Rui had asked about the situation on the way here, and then she glanced at Lord Jiang, who had a dazed expression and was completely out of sorts, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This is the difference between an elite and a small fry. Shui Rui's appearance meant that the Supreme Court was going to intervene in the investigation. In that case, there was no need for her to force herself to stay here. She could ask Shui Rui for more information later. "All right, I'll take a nap. I'll look for you later." Yushu stood up and nodded at Shui Rui. It should be said that the tube of tea had opened her eyes. When she saw him again after a day, she was able to look at him calmly. When she walked past him, Shui Rui saw that there was a layer of dry skin on the corner of her mouth. He looked back and saw that there wasn't even a pot of tea on the table. He knew that she had been sitting here all night and couldn't help but be annoyed, but he didn't show it on his face. After she left, he straightened his face and asked Jiang Changji, who was curious about the relationship between him and Yushu, "When did Lord Jiang come?" I heard that the Shun Tian Manor received the report 4 hours ago. Why hasn't the Shun Tian Manor sorted out the procedures and found only one witness? Where are the others? Where are the people who came to the observatory last night? Why don't I see any of them? Where are the corpses? Have they been examined? Where are the relatives of the deceased? Jiang Changji was confused by Shui Rui's series of questions. He stuttered and replied, I just arrived and didn't have time to ask. Humph. Shui Rui gave him a cold look and ignored him. He turned around and walked out. He said in a serious tone, go and find all the people who came to the observatory last night. Don't leave anyone behind. Call the coroner to examine the corpses with me. As soon as Yu Shu touched the pillow, she fell asleep. However, because of the shock, she couldn't sleep well. She had a nightmare and murmured in her sleep. Finally, she woke up with a start, gasping for breath. Phew. Yu Shu sat up straight and wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. After a long time, she calmed down. Then, she felt her mouth was dry. She picked up the teapot on the bedside table and took a few sips. The sun shone in through the screen window. It was bright and dazzling. Seeing that it was already noon, Yu Shu got out of bed, washed her face, changed her clothes, and knocked on Xian Lu's door next door. No one answered. She thought that Xian Lu must have been taken back home. She turned around and was about to return to her room when she saw a figure walking over with a book under her arm. She narrowed her eyes and took 2 steps forward. Ji Xingxuan obviously saw Yu Shu, but she only glanced at her. Then, she walked to her room and took out her key to open the door. Do you know the young lady of the Chow family? Yu Shu suddenly asked. She was strangled at the observatory last night. Chapter 406. Guess, what did she say to me? Ji Xingxuan slowly turned her head and looked at Yu Shu, who was walking in front of her. The sun was shining brightly, and the fine hair at the corner of her forehead could be seen clearly. Her slightly bruised eye bags and sluggish eyes made her look a little lifeless. Ji Xingxuan quietly clenched the lock in her hand and said coldly, what do you want to say? Ha! Yu Shu suddenly laughed in a low voice. After staring at her as if she had seen through her, she turned to her room and disappeared through the half-open door without saying anything else. Ji Xingxuan's face darkened. She stood there for a long time before she raised her hand and locked the door again. Then she hurriedly left the women's room. Yu Shu stood by the window and looked at Ji Xingxuan walking away quickly. She was lost in thought. The news of another death in Taisha Shuyuan had been leaked during the day. Yu Shu sat in a restaurant near the Shuyuan to have a meal. She listened to the discussion of the people drinking next to her and ate plain noodles. She had just seen a dead person last night. If her stomach had not been growling, she would not have drunk a mouthful of noodle soup. Yu Shu dropped a piece of silver and stood up to leave the restaurant. She walked back to the Shuyuan and went directly to the observatory. She occasionally met a few people on the way. They were whispering about the death last night. Some were afraid, and some were sighing. The atmosphere in the Shuyuan became gloomy overnight. This kind of chaos was also the disadvantage of Taisho Shuyuan. The 18 academicians only managed the teaching, or they would expel students who violated the rules. Apart from that, they did not get involved in other affairs. Even when there was a murder, no one stood up to calm the commotion. Yu Shu walked through the long Donghuang screen wall and did not see anyone. But she was stopped by 2 officers and soldiers outside the observatory. Stop. No one is allowed to enter or leave here. Yu Shu looked at the officer's uniform. It was different from the bailiffs from the Shun Tian prefecture that she had seen before. She guessed that he was from the Supreme Court. So he stopped and said, "I want to see Lord Shui. Please help me inform him that I was the first person to find the corpse last night." The two soldiers looked at each other, and one of them asked Yu Shu to wait. He went inside to ask for instructions. After a while, he ran back and said, "Miss, please follow me." A soldier led the way and led Yu Shu into the courtyard. During the day, the stargazing tower was even more spacious. Yu Shu looked around and saw several officials scattered on the wide lawn, bending down and looking for something. "Look up. There are people walking on the observatory with gray walls and white walls." Yu Shu climbs up the stairs and sees Shui Rui standing at the door of the hut where the body was found last night. He seems to be thinking about something. "Sir, the young lady is here." The officer's words interrupted Shui Rui's train of thought. He turned his head and saw Yu Shu. His furrowed brows relaxed. He smiled at her and walked over. "Have you rested well?" "Yes." Yu Shu glanced at the hut of the dead person. Then she looked around the platform and looked at the people who were looking for clues and said, "Miss Chow was killed by someone, right?" Of course, Shui Rui could tell that this was not a question, so he nodded and did not hide the truth from her. The deceased was strangled with a rope and hung on the roof beam. There were no traces of the corpse being dragged nearby, so it was obvious that the crime happened in that small house. The time of death was between the hours of the C and the hours of the Z. However, after investigation, no one else came to the observatory during this time. The murderer is likely to sneak into the LoveLore Library in the middle of the night to commit the crime. Unfortunately, the observatory is surrounded by stone slabs and is usually cleaned very well. There is no dust and no suspicious footprints. I deduced that the murderer should be a man who practices martial arts. Yu Shu hesitated and said, "It is difficult to find the murderer just by knowing this. Is there no other clue?" Shui Rui nodded and said firmly, "The deceased is a girl. She avoided other people and quietly came to the observatory at night. There must be a big problem. I don't know if she was lured by someone or there is another reason. I have sent people to collect the confession of those who know and search the residence of the deceased. We should be able to find some clues." While they were talking, an officer ran up the stairs and took out a roll of paper from his sleeve. He turned to a page and handed it to Shui Rui. "Your Excellency, this was found in the residence of the female student in the library. It was found in the room of the deceased. Please have a look." Yu Shu tilted her head and saw a note between the two pages of the book. Because of the angle, she could not see what was written. However, she saw that Shui Rui's face changed slightly. He looked up at her with a strange expression. "What's wrong?" Yu Shu asked curiously. Shui Rui did not say anything. He just turned the book upside down and showed it to her so that she could see what was written on the note. "Tonight at midnight, on the observatory platform, admiring the wind and the moon, not talking to anyone else." Yu Shu was stunned. It was not only because the words Jing Chen were written at the end of the note, but also because the handwriting of the short 18 words was exactly the same as Jing Chen's. "When you entered the deceased's room, did you find anything unusual?" Shui Rui first asked the officer who found the note. The official immediately understood what he was worried about and replied, "My lord, the door of the deceased's room was locked. We broke the door and entered. The doors and windows of the room were tightly shut, and there were no signs of anyone sneaking in. This note should have been placed in the book by the deceased himself." After Shui Rui confirmed it, he turned to Yu Shu and said, "You should recognize his handwriting. Can you see that it was written by him?" Yu Shu calmed down and picked up the note to carefully identify it. However, she was not proficient in calligraphy and could not see anything fishy. She had to tell Shui Rui frankly, "It is very similar to his handwriting." Shui Rui's expression turned serious, and he immediately instructed the nearby subordinate. Find Daozi and invite him over. During the interrogation this morning, he had only heard the news that Jing Chen had gone to the LoveLore Library to become an academician. Before that, he had not heard any news at all. With the murder case in front of him, he did not have any extra thoughts to worry about Jing Chen. After he sent them away, Shui Rui left 2 people behind to continue guarding the top of the Star Observatory, and he brought Yu Shu downstairs. He walked in front of Yu Shu and asked absent-mindedly, "Shu, what do you think?" He thought that Yu Shu would defend Jing Chen, but her tone was cold. "When he comes, you can ask him. I am not a constable. What opinion can I have?" Shui Rui turned around to look at her in surprise. When he saw her indifferent expression, he suddenly recalled that a few days ago, after the banquet in Forgotten Opportunity restaurant ended, he went to look for her, but he bumped into Jing Chen, who was sending her back home at the entrance of her house. There was a distance between them, and he didn't know what the 2 of them said to make her so sad. With doubts, Shui Rui did not ask at that time, and he would not take the initiative to mention it now. In short, he had made his feelings clear to Yu Shu. If he saw her and Jing Chen again, he would not ignore it. Yu Shu and Shui Rui sat in a small building near the observatory with fragrant tea in their hands. Not long after, a voice came from outside, "My lord, Daozi is here." Hearing the footsteps outside the door, Yu Shu lowered her head and drank tea. She did not even raise her head. Jing Chen, dressed in a yellow robe and white robe with a jade hairpin in his hair, was quiet and elegant. He looked like a teacher. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the 2 people sitting there. His eyes swept over Yu Shu, and his expression did not change. He turned to Shui Rui, who stood up, and said, "My lord Shui, why are you looking for me?" Shui Rui raised his hand and motioned him to sit down. Jing Chen sat down opposite him and Yu Shu. He looked at Shui Rui without moving his eyes. Shui Rui's eyes flashed with suspicion. He saw that the 2 people ignored him. It was not difficult to see that the relationship between them was more rigid than he thought. "It's like this." He said, "Last night, a female student was strangled on the observatory. Has Daozi heard about it?" Jing Chen said, "I heard about it when I came this morning." "Then do you know the deceased Chao Yuling?" Shui Rui did not directly mention the note, but first asked another question. "Yes. After I became an academician, there were 37 students this year. Miss Chao was one of them." Jing Chen did not avoid talking about the relationship between her and Chao Yuling. Shui Rui thought for a moment and asked, "Did you have contact with her yesterday?" "I was giving a lecture on the observatory during the day, and she was there." "Then do you know why she went to the observatory in the middle of the night last night?" Jing Chen said without hesitation, "I don't know." Shui Rui picked up the book at hand and took out the note. He handed it to the officer waiting at the side and asked him to hand it to Jing Chen. He suddenly changed the topic and became fierce. "Isn't this written by Daozi himself?" As the junior minister of the Supreme Court who had successively solved more than 10 serious cases in a year, Shui Rui's observation was sharp and his thinking was meticulous. Most importantly, he had never been swayed by his emotions when investigating a case. Therefore, even though he believed in Jing Chen's character, under the black and white evidence, he did not eliminate his suspicions. Jing Chen stared at the note in his hand and revealed a trace of surprise, then he raised his head to look at Shui Rui and asked in reply, "Where did you get this from? It's actually so similar to my handwriting." Shui Rui said coldly, "This was found in Miss Chao's room. It was confirmed that it was left by the deceased before she died. She was probably killed at the observatory because of this note. Now I suspect that it was you who led the deceased to the observatory with this note. You say that this note was not written by you, but it is empty talk. Do you have any proof?" Jing Chen was pressured by him, but he was not angry. He lowered his head and looked at the note again. After thinking for a moment, he said seriously, "It is written a tonight on it. According to the time, it should be the note that Miss Chow received yesterday. I was giving a lecture on the observatory yesterday. Although she was present, there were other students with her. If I wrote a note to her in person or accepted something, it should be seen by others. You can find those students and ask them." Shui Rui frowned and said, "How many people were there to see it? Who were they?" Jing Chen thought about it. He had a very good memory and had the ability to remember everything he saw. In just a few days, he had remembered all the students who had paid respects to him. He then slowly said a few names. "Yesterday, I was giving a lecture on the measuring apparatus. There weren't many people who came. There was the young miss of the Qin family, Qin Yuero, the young miss of the Chui family." Yu Shu listened to Shui Rui's successive questions from the side, and she drank until the end of her cup of tea, yet she didn't interrupt or speak in support of Shui Rui, and she seemed as if she had nothing to do with it. She only raised her head and glanced at Jing Chen when he finally spoke of a name. Chapter 407. Congratulations to Alliance Master Qiqing Little Guang. Begging for more pink votes, after recording down the names of the 6 people Jing Chen had named, Shui Rui immediately sent officials to summon them one by one to verify their identities with Jing Chen. They sat in the small building and waited. Yu Shu and Jing Chen ignored each other. Shui Rui conversed with Yu Shu, while Jing Chen sat quietly and looked outside the door, remaining silent. When the sun set in the sky, people were brought in one after another. Without exception, they were all girls. Presumably because of the murder, they were somewhat reserved. Some of them recognized Shui Rui and went forward to greet Jing Chen. Because there were still people who hadn't arrived, Shui Rui wasn't in a hurry to ask questions. Instead, they surrounded Jing Chen and asked questions. For a moment, the sound of chattering filled his ears. It was difficult for Jing Chen to sit there calmly and answer each and every one of them. Yu Shu watched this scene and felt that it was ridiculous. Just a few months ago, Jing Chen was still the unapproachable Jing Chen. Now, however, he had learned to be amiable and approachable. She pondered inwardly. Jing Chen now had the 10,000 life sacrificial rites on him, which could suppress the outbreak of the Kidu star. As long as his Dao heart wasn't affected, he wouldn't implicate others. Otherwise, this group of young ladies would suffer. As they spoke, the last 2 people arrived. When Yu Shu saw Ji Xingxuan and Qin Yuero walk in one after the other, she raised her brows. Ji Xingxuan looked around at the people in the building. When she saw Yu Shu, she was clearly startled. Qin Yuero recognized Yu Shu, so she didn't go to Jing Chen's side. Instead, she walked to Yu Shu's side. She glanced at the opposite side and asked in a low voice, "Lotus Room, why are you here?" Shui Rui had sealed off the star observation platform early in the morning, and he didn't allow unauthorized people to enter or leave. So even though the news of a murder case had spread out, no one knew that the corpse was discovered by Yu Shu and Xian Lu first. Yu Shu smiled at her and didn't answer. Now that everyone was here, Shui Rui cleared his throat and explained the reason for gathering these students. Hearing that Jing Chen had written a note in Chao Yuling's room, the girls were shocked. Very soon, someone voiced out his doubts. How is that possible? Academician Jing has only known Miss Chao for a few days. How could he do something like making a private appointment? Someone else said, "Yesterday, during the lecture, we were all present. Academician Jing didn't speak to anyone alone. When he came, he was the first to arrive. When he left, we watched him leave. How could he have had the chance to give Miss Chao the note?" "That's right. Milord, you must have made a mistake. That note must have been written by someone else to frame academician Jing. The girls spoke in unison to defend Jing Qin. Only Qin Yuero didn't speak. She looked at someone thoughtfully and then lowered her head. Shui Rui unhurriedly had his subordinates pass the note to them. He didn't rush to conclude that Jing Qin was the culprit. Instead, he asked about Chao Yuling. Among you, who had a good relationship with the deceased? When was the last time you saw her last night? Did she mention anything special recently? The girls looked at each other in dismay. Someone said, Chao Yuling was closest to Miss Yin. However, Yin Ting was sick yesterday and didn't come. I last saw her yesterday. It was in the small garden. After dusk, I saw her alone near the pavilion, picking flowers. They answered one after another. The last to speak was Ji Xingxuan. Yu Shu was particularly concerned about her statement. I'm not familiar with Miss Chao. I've only seen her 2 or 3 times in the library. Yesterday, I last saw her at the bottom of the observatory. It was still early. Shui Rui compared their statements. Yesterday, someone last saw Chao Yuling at the door of the female dormitory. From this, it could be seen that Chao Yuling didn't have any private contact with Jing Chen the whole day. Jing Chen spoke at the right time. Milord Shui, I'm sure you've asked clearly. I didn't give Miss Chao any note. Although I don't know why the handwriting on the note is the same as mine, it wasn't written by me. Shui Rui withdrew his thoughts and looked at Jing Chen. He said in a calm tone, at present, we can only confirm that Daozi didn't personally hand this note to the deceased. However, we can't rule out the possibility that you didn't ask someone else to pass it on your behalf. You are still a suspect. Daozi, please stay in the library for the next few days. To avoid arousing suspicion, suspend your classes and avoid contact with others. I will send someone to follow you. As soon as he said this, Jing Chen frowned. Before he could object, a group of female students who admired Daozi's reputation were the first to protest. They said, Milord, aren't you twisting words and forcing logic? It's just a note and you want to suspend the academician's classes. How unreasonable. That's right. How can Milord be so sure that the note was written by the academician? Is there no one in this world who is good at copying and creating characters? You don't investigate the real culprit but wrongly accuse a good person. The academician is so pitiful. He was obviously framed. Milord is so muddle-headed. It's that Chao Yuling who has bad intentions. After getting this note, he secretly ran off to have a private rendezvous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died a violent death. Only Ji Xingxuan and Qin Yuero didn't say anything. The other girls were dissatisfied with Jing Chen's suspension and unanimously blamed Shui Rui. Fortunately, they were all young ladies of aristocratic families with status and background. If they came from ordinary families, they wouldn't dare to speak to an official of the imperial court like this. Shui Rui's expression was normal, but his eyes revealed some impatience. People like Feng Zhao, Miao Ruilin, and the others knew that when Shui Rui wore his official robes, he wasn't the elegant and kind young Master Shui. At this time, he always did things according to the law and treated people bluntly. His temper was also much harsher than usual. Hearing them say more and more outrageous things, and finally involving the deceased, Shui Rui's face finally sank. Just as he was about to open his mouth to rebuke them, he suddenly heard a "pa" sound beside him. Are you done yet? Yu Shu slammed her palm on the tea table, causing the teacups to shake and silence the room. She coldly said, Young Lady Chao died a violent death. Presumably, her spirit hasn't dispersed and is hanging nearby, watching you. You must speak louder so that she can hear you. At night, she will find you to complain about her grievances. With just 2 sentences, the previously eloquent female students shut their mouths in fright. They all looked around suspiciously, their expressions timid. Jing Chen opened his mouth and glanced at Yu Shu. In the end, he didn't say anything and became silent. Shui Rui lost his temper from this slap of hers, and he glanced sideways at her cold face. In a flash, he recalled her arrogant and untamed appearance on that day in the Forgotten Plain, and his heart started to heat up slightly at an inopportune time. However, there were also people who didn't buy Yu Shu's words. They faintly said, "Don't do anything shameful. Don't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Female fortune teller, is there a need to scare people like this?" Ji Xingxuan's one sentence revealed Yu Shu's identity. The female students who didn't know Yu Shu looked at her in surprise. They thought to themselves, is this the female fortune teller who has been in the limelight recently? Because of her earlier scolding. The few of them immediately had a bad impression of Yu Shu. Yu Shu was annoyed by the group of people earlier. She turned around and saw Ji Xingxuan bumping into her. How could she allow her to speak so freely in front of her? Did she really think that she had the magnanimity to not dare to slap her in front of others? Yu Shu tilted her head to look at Ji Xingxuan. Her eyes flashed and a fierce look appeared on her face. No one dared to look at her directly. It's fine if they don't recognize me, but you are a 4th grade E-master. You're a 4th grade fortune teller, yet you don't have any manners when you see me, a 3rd grade fortune teller. You've been in the Imperial Historian's Library for 3 years, yet you don't even know the rules. Who told you to speak to me like this? With this scolding, the building fell silent. Ji Xingxuan looked as if she had been hit in the head. Although half of her face was covered by a veil, her embarrassment could still be seen. Qin Yuero was the first to react. She lowered her head and stood in front of Yu Shu. She clasped her hands and bowed. 1st grade fortune teller, Qin sure is rude. I hope that female fortune teller won't blame me. Yu Shu coldly looked at the other women. Some of them couldn't stand her fierce gaze, but they were hindered by the rules of the Imperial Historian's Library and the division of the fortune teller's ranks. They pushed and pulled each other forward and bowed to her. 1st grade fortune teller, Zhao sure is rude. Greetings to female fortune teller. 2nd grade Xianglong, Cui sure is rude. 1st grade fortune teller, Zhan sure is rude. Yu Shu sat there without moving. She looked at the 5 people in front of her and said, She accepted the bow. After the female students retreated to the side, she turned her head and shifted her gaze to the stiff-faced Ji Xingxuan. With a hint of mockery on her face, she said, Great fortune teller Ji, do you still want me to invite you? Even though she's only a grade higher, she can still suppress you to the point where you can't even raise your head. Ji Xingxuan gritted her teeth. Looking at Yu Shu's bossy manner, she had to endure it. She clenched her fists and walked forward with heavy footsteps. She stood in front of her, and under everyone's gazes, she bowed and raised her hands towards Yu Shu. Her voice was slightly hoarse. 1st grade fortune teller, Ji Xingxuan, is rude. Humph, Yu Shu snorted. She didn't accept the bow, and just let her bow there. She turned to Shui Rui and said, Big brother, where were we? Let's continue. As she finished speaking, she picked up the teapot and filled it with half a cup of water. She slowly drank it, and in the blink of an eye, she became an outsider again. Shui Rui almost forgot what he was talking about after her outburst. He put his fist to his mouth and coughed to cover up the fact that he was lost in thought. When you go back, if you think of anything related to the deceased, you can report it at any time. Before the case is investigated, the observatory will be temporarily closed. In addition, because the murderer is unknown, we don't know if he will continue to commit crimes. It is best for you to be in the company of others. Be careful. As she finished speaking, she arranged for 2 subordinates to follow Jing Chen and monitor him. Jing Chen didn't object. His calm gaze swept past Yu Shu and the bowing Ji Xingxuan in front of her. He said to Shui Rui, "I'll take my leave first." After Jing Chen left, Yu Shu saw that there was nothing else to do. She put down her cup and said to Shui Rui, "I'll return to the female dormitory first." Shui Rui stood up and said, "I'll see you off." N. Yu Shu nodded at Qin Yuero as a farewell. She glanced at Ji Xingxuan, who was still bowing, and straightened her sleeves. Without another word, she walked out with Shui Rui one after the other, leaving behind whispers. "Phew, I was scared to death. This female fortune teller has such a bad temper. Who asked her to be so much higher than us? This is the LoveLore Library, and we can't not follow the rules." AI. The female students chattered among themselves. Only Qin Yuero noticed Ji Xingxuan. She watched as she straightened her back with a head full of sweat, lowered her head, and quietly left. Chapter 408. Shui Rui and Yu Shu walked out of the gate of the observatory side by side. The guards in the courtyard bowed their heads and let them through, Lord Shaoqing. It was dusk, and the sun was setting on the west bridge. The LoveLore Library was even quieter. The two walked under the empty wall, and their backs were dyed orange by the afterglow. "Where do you plan to investigate this case next?" Yu Shu asked with concern. She was not a group of brainless girls. She understood that Shui Rui sent people to monitor Jing Chen, not because he suspected that Jing Chen was the murderer. However, there was only a note as a clue. It was not easy for Shui Rui to follow the clues through Jing Chen. Sure enough, she heard Shui Rui say, "I still can't determine the purpose of the murderer's murder. If it was just to frame Daozi, this method is too far-fetched. With Daozi's identity, why would he kill a female student who he had only met a few times? This doesn't make sense at all. But if it wasn't for Daozi, then the note was too real, and the timing was just right." From this, it can be seen that the perpetrator not only knew Daozi's every move, but was also proficient in literature and had martial strength. Combining these 3 conditions, I suspect that it wasn't just one person who committed the crime, or there was the existence of an accomplice. After Yu Shu finished listening to Shui Rui's analysis, she had some clues as well, and she pondered for a short moment before saying, "I feel that since the murderer was able to avoid the eyes and ears of everyone to send that note to young Miss Chow, and he was able to make her believe that the person who came to the appointment wasn't Jing Chen, then he's an acquaintance. Can we start investigating from this point?" Shui Rui looked at her approvingly. "Not bad, this is also a clue. You think very clearly. You don't have to praise me." Yu Shu shook her head and said, "I think you have already thought of what I can think of. This murder case is very strange. If you continue to investigate step by step, the progress will inevitably be slow. Why not ask the Celestial Commissioner for advice? If there is someone who is proficient in the art of yin and yang, he might be able to find some clues from the deceased's body." There was a branch of feng shui called the art of yin yang, which was the only one in the Yi Shui that could restrain the dead. Among the people, there was a small group of people who called themselves Onmyoji. It was said that they could communicate with the dead. However, it was not recognized by the orthodox school of Yi, because the traditional Yi masters believed that, when a person dies, his destiny ends. Since there was no fate energy, how could there be divination? Yu Shu was not superstitious about these things, so she spoke aimlessly. The day before yesterday, she had flipped through a handwritten book in the Tower of Philosophy, which recorded an old story. It said that during the reign of Emperor Shizong, there was once a young supervisor of the Celestial Commissioner who was proficient in the art of yin and yang, and he made the deceased speak in a murder case. Identify the culprit. She really wanted to know if there was such a strange person among the hidden talents of the Celestial Commissioner. Shui Rui listened to Yu Shu's words and actually laughed. Under her puzzled gaze, he asked her, "Have you read the Asking the Underworld story somewhere?" Yu Shu was stunned and nodded. She had read the story of the case solving. It was indeed called the Asking the Underworld story. Shui Rui held back his laughter and said, "There is a record of that time in the Supreme Court's archives. If it is spread, people will mistakenly think that there is a strange person who is proficient in yin and yang and can communicate with the dead. However, they don't know that this is just a trick to lure the murderer. Don't take it seriously. If such a strange person is still alive, why would the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court be needed? Whenever there is a murder case, just ask the Celestial Commissioner to solve it, and I don't have to worry about it now." When Yu Shu heard the truth, she suddenly felt that she was a little silly to be teased by Shui Rui. She felt depressed. She touched her chin and her eyes lit up. She said, "That might not be true. Maybe I can help you." "Oh." Shui Rui was interested. "What do you want to help me with?" Yu Shu pretended to be mysterious. "First, give me Chao Yuling's date of birth and I will tell you later." Shui Rui saw that she was keeping him in suspense and became even more curious. However, he was not in a hurry to find out the answer and nodded in agreement. As they were talking, they walked out of the north courtyard. When they were about to reach the female dormitory, Yu Shu stopped. "You can go back. I want to stay in the library for the night." Shui Rui frowned. "Why don't you go home?" Yu Shu then told him about the good news of Zhao Hui giving birth to a son a few days ago. She said, "Last night, I was close to a dead person and I have bad luck on my body. There is Axayan at home and his life is delicate. Don't be offended by me again. I will first send someone to send a message back. I will stay here for a few days and return home after 7 days." "No." Shui Rui disagreed. "There was a murder case just now and the murderer has not been found yet. Who knows, he might be hiding in the library. You are the witness who found the corpse. Isn't it dangerous for you to stay here?" Yu Shu hesitated. Shui Rui's concerns were not unreasonable. However, she could not stay in the female dormitory and could not go home. Where was she going to sleep for the next few days? "I said that you are smart but you are silly again. Can't you stay in the Wang Ji Lu for a few days?" Shui Rui could not help but remind her. Yu Shu's eyes lit up. She patted her forehead and said, "Look at me. How could I forget about this place where I can eat and drink and have people to serve me?" Shui Rui smiled. "Quickly go in and pack up. See if there is anything you want to take. I will wait for you here. We will go together." Yu Shu did not think much of it. She responded and turned to quickly enter the female dormitory. She did not see the sly smile that Shui Rui revealed behind her back. Shui Rui did not change out of his official uniform, so he and Yu Shu entered the Forgotten Machine Tower through the back door. Just as they arrived at the staircase, they saw Lin Fu jogging up the passageway from the front floor to welcome them. "Young master, young lady." Shui Rui instructed, "Prepare a table of food and wine. Send it upstairs." He signaled for Yu Shu to go upstairs first. "I will look for you after I change my clothes." Yu Shu nodded and reminded Lin Fu, "The food must be light." Lin Fu agreed. He turned around and arranged for someone to boil water for cooking. Yu Shu entered the room upstairs. Just as she poured some water to wash her hands, 2 maids, Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai, came in with tea. There were clothes in the room. Yu Shu changed into a pair of clean cotton shoes. She did not change her clothes either. She sat cross-legged on the short couch and peeled bananas to eat. Not long after, Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai came to the table with food. There were 3 vegetables, 2 meat dishes, a mushroom soup, and a pot of osmanthus wine. Shui Rui walked in wearing a clean blue gown. He saw that Yu Shu was holding a cup and drinking wine. She did not touch the food on the table. He could not help but say to her, "Why do you drink wine when you are eating? Don't you know that it is harmful to the spleen and stomach?" Hearing this, Yu Shu put down the cup and laughed at him. "I only drank 1 cup. I need to calm down first. Otherwise, I will not have the appetite to eat." She said it unintentionally, but it made Shui Rui's heart feel stifled. He sat down next to her and looked at the faint bruises under her eyes that had yet to fade. He secretly blamed himself for being careless. It was only because she appeared too normal and did not look like she was afraid that he was so engrossed in this case that he neglected the fact that she would not be frightened when she saw a dead person last night. He actually did not say a word of comfort to her. It was not good to mention it again at this time. Shui Rui quietly picked up the wine pot and filled the cup in front of her. He also poured a cup for himself and said warmly, "It is not too much to do it once in a while." Yu Shu raised her eyebrows and did not stand on ceremony. She picked up the cup and clinked it with his. She raised her head and put it in her mouth. The slightly spicy sweetness eased the suffocation in her chest. After 2 cups of wine, she was very sensible and picked up the chopsticks to eat. Shui Rui deliberately avoided the case and took the initiative to ask about Zhao Hui's child. He diverted Yu Shu's attention and let her eat a few more mouthfuls of rice. After the meal, the plates and bowls were removed. Yu Shu saw that it was already dark outside and said to Shui Rui, "It is late. Are you still not going back?" Thinking of this, Shui Rui said, "I am not going back. I will also stay at Wangjilu. The case of Taisha Shuyuan is now being watched by me. There will be news coming from time to time. It is not convenient to go back to the Fu. I still have to go to Taisha Shuyuan during the day. I can go with you." There was nothing wrong with what he said. It was as if he was staying for official business. If it was a few days ago, Yu Shu would not think too much. However, the situation was different now. She knew that he was thinking about her. She could not help but be more careful and suspect that he had selfish motives for staying with her at Wangjilu. Shui Rui calmly faced Yu Shu's suspicious eyes and smiled at her harmlessly. He stood up and said, "I have asked someone to prepare hot soup. You should take a bath and rest early. See you tomorrow morning." Yu Shu watched as Shui Rui left. She curled her lips and whispered, "He is quite good at pretending." Using the hot fragrant soup to wash away the stickiness on her body, Yu Shu wore a loose cotton robe and leaned on the recliner to let the maid dry her hair. She casually tossed a few copper coins in her palm. It was not a divination. "Miss, you should go to bed and rest." Xiao Dai carefully combed Yu Shu's dry hair and tied it up loosely with a ribbon to prevent her from sweating and sleeping. "Well, you two go and rest too." Yu Shu stretched, got up and sat down on the bed. She waved her hand to let the 2 maids go to sleep. "Yes." Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai left a lamp at the head of her bed, closed the door and left. Although Wangjilu was a place where drinkers often gathered, the small building in the backyard was only for distinguished guests. There were few people staying there. Therefore, at night, there was no noise and it was very quiet. Yu Shu lay on the bed and couldn't fall asleep. As soon as she closed her eyes, she kept thinking about the nightmares she had in the women's room during the day. She couldn't help but feel anxious and vaguely uneasy. She felt uncomfortable lying on the bed, so she sat up, put on her shoes, covered herself with a coat and walked out of the room. She gently closed the door. The corridor on the 2nd floor was quiet. Under the eaves of the opposite house, there were a few women's lanterns, which were dim and gentle at night. Yushu stood by the railing and took a few breaths. She felt much more comfortable. She looked at the end of the corridor and walked over with her clothes closed. She planned to go to the courtyard on the 3rd floor to get some fresh air. After going up the stairs and turning the corner, Yushu saw a row of beaded curtains a few steps away. There was a candle behind the curtains and a slender figure was sitting lazily by the railing. His clothes were loose and he was holding a wine pot in one hand. When he raised his head to drink, he met her gaze and they were both stunned. Hee hee. The person behind the curtain laughed first. His eyes flickered with joy. He stood up straight and waved at her, motioning her to come over. He took a step forward, lifted his robe, and sat down in the empty space next to her. He turned his head to look at her, who was right in front of him. He softly called out, "Ashu." Yushu tilted her head and saw that under the moonlight, his black hair was messy with a strand of it was tucked behind his ear. He revealed a pair of thick black eyebrows. That pair of eyes with a faint candlelight stared at her. This kind of gaze was too clingy, and she couldn't avoid it. She could only clench the wine cup in her hand and wait for him to continue. "If you say that I can't sleep, not because I'm addicted to wine, but because I'm thinking about you, will you be angry?" Hearing such explicit words for the first time, he felt a chill down his spine. Yushu's heart skipped a beat and she felt her face burning hot. But under his unwavering gaze, she pretended to be calm. Her apricot eyes widened as she stared at him. Her tone was not friendly as she asked, "If I'm not angry, then should I be happy?" Shuirui's eyes had a smile on them as he said in a low voice, "I naturally hope that you will be happy." Yushu discovered that the person in front of her was even more thick-skinned than her. She was momentarily speechless. With a hang sound, she raised her hand and poured the rest of the wine into her mouth. She licked her lips and stood up. Just as she took a step forward, her wrist was grabbed by him. "Where are you going?" Shuirui raised his head to look at her. Perhaps it was because of the alcohol, his words and actions were not as restrained as they were during the day. Being wrapped by his warm fingers, Yushu twisted her wrist uncomfortably and tried to pull her hand out. But after a few attempts, he only tightened his grip. Seeing that he was a little drunk, she pulled a long face and said to him, "Where do you think I'm going?" "Of course, I'm going to sleep." Shuirui smiled again and looked happy. Holding her hand, he exerted a little force and stood up from the couch. He flicked his sleeve and extinguished the candle on the incense table. Yushu couldn't stop him in time. Her vision went dark as he pulled her hand and walked out. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Together. I'm also going to sleep." "Let go. I'll walk by myself. It's dark. You won't fall if you can't see the way." "I can see." "You can't see." "I said I can see, so I can see." "Let go." "Don't." As she listened to such an unreasonable conversation, Yushu suddenly could not help but laugh out of anger. As she walked along the dim passageway, she stared at the blurry yet tall figure in front of her and confirmed that Shuirui was drunk. He had always been steady and reliable in front of her, so when had she ever seen him acting so childish? Big brother. She was not angry. Of course, she didn't think there was anything to be happy about. The next day, Wangji restaurant did not sell breakfast. It usually opened after 9 o'clock in the morning. So early in the morning, there were no idle customers in the restaurant. Yushu and Shuirui sat in the hall of the front building and had breakfast. They occupied this square table. There were 2 trays of crystal steamed dumplings, a stir-fried shredded golden bamboo shoots, 2 bowls of pearl porridge, and a cup of sobering tea on the table. These were specially ordered by the kitchen by Yu Shu, who woke up the earliest. Shui Rui drank the sobering tea and cleared his throat. When he saw that Yu Shu was only focused on eating with her head lowered and did not pay any attention to him, he had no choice but to find something to talk about. Did you sleep well last night? Yu Shu looked up at him and said, not bad. What about you? Don't you have a headache after drinking too much? Shui Rui shook his head, just a little dry throat. Well, let's drink more tea today. After last night, facing Yu Shu's indifferent attitude, Shui Rui inevitably felt a little disappointed, but he was not discouraged. At least she was still in front of him and did not avoid him. After dinner, they took the same carriage and went to Taisha Shuyuan together. On the way, Shui Rui asked about Yu Shu's apprenticeship. He knew that she had not been able to be apprenticed to an academician until now. It was not difficult to guess that it was because she had offended Han Wenguang. Shui Rui gave her an idea. Han Wenguang has been prestigious for a long time, and his words are very important in Taisha Shuyuan. Many academicians are on good terms with him, so it is not surprising that he refused you. However, Taisha Shuyuan is not dominated by him. As far as I heard, academician Fang Zijing of the Department of Eccentric Arts has a bad relationship with him. They have been enemies for a long time. Since you are the second place of this year's Department of Eccentric Arts, why not go directly to him? I think he will be very willing to teach you as a student. Fang Zijing. Yu Shu remembered the name and asked him, how do you know so much about Taisha Shuyuan? How many things in Anling City are there that I don't know? Shui Rui asked rhetorically. He did not take credit for it, saying that he had inquired about it for her earlier. The carriage stopped at the door of Taisha Shuyuan, and the 2 got off one after another. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they heard someone call behind them, Miss Yu. Yu Shu turned her head and saw a familiar-looking maidservant trot over and stood outside the door. The maidservant took out a letter from her bosom and handed it to Yu Shu. This is what our young miss told me to give to you. When she got closer, Yu Shu recognized that it was Xia Mingming's servant. She took the letter and saw that the seal was covered with wax, so she was not in a hurry to open it in person. She said to the maid, go back and tell your young miss that I will visit her in 2 days. After the maid left, Shui Rui asked curiously, whose letter is it? Yu Shu motioned for him to go to the inner courtyard. As she put the letter away, she told him, it's the 5th miss of the Xia Jiang family, Xia Jiangmin. Shui Rui knew who Xia Mingming was and was not interested in the affairs of the girl's family, so he did not ask more. Yu Shu was concerned about the progress of the case, so she was not in a hurry to find academician Fang. She first followed Shui Rui to the observatory. As soon as they entered the courtyard, an official ran forward to reporting to Your Excellency, we were on duty last night and did not find any suspicious people. We also searched the observatory inside and out, but did not find any suspicious traces. Yu Shu was not surprised by this situation. Seeing that there was nothing to stay here, she said to Shui Rui, I will go back to the female dormitory and bring a gift to visit academician Fang. The 2 agreed to meet at noon, so Yu Shu left alone. After returning to the female dormitory, the first thing she did was to take out Xia Mingming's letter. She tore off the seal and took out the only piece of paper inside. She lowered her head and glanced at it. Even though she guessed that there must be something important in the letter that Xia Mingming specially sealed with wax, she was still shocked by the content of the letter. The letter said, Ashu, I had a nightmare the day before yesterday. It's not convenient for me to write. Come and see me quickly. Xia Mingming's handwriting was sloppy. If this letter was seen by others, it must be difficult to understand the meaning. It was just a nightmare, why was he so flustered? However, Yu Shu knew that Xia Mingming had the strange ability to dream life and death. After seeing the two short sentences in the letter, her face sank. Yu Shu made a prompt decision. She felt that it was more important to see Xia Mingming. She crushed the letter and soaked it in tea. She locked the door and hurriedly left the female dormitory. In the morning, it was Lao Chui who drove the carriage. When Yu Shu went out, Shui Rui's carriage was still parked on the opposite side of the road. She didn't have to run for a while. Yu Shu pointed out the location of Xia Zhang's house and asked Lao Chui to take her there. When they were about to arrive at Xia Mingming's house, the road was blocked by carriages in front of them. Yu Shu heard the sound of gongs and drums outside. She thought that something had happened. She lifted the curtain and heard Lao Chui said in surprise, "Miss, it seems that there is an imperial edict." Yu Shu looked at the bustling scene not far away and realized something. She jumped out of the carriage and hurried to Xia Zhang's house with some neighbors who heard the news and came out to see what was going on. Through the guards outside the door, she saw several rows of Xia Zhang's servants kneeling in front of the gate. Bang! Chapter 410. The results of the Gold Division were released on the 12th of the 4th month, and the Twin Suns gathering was about to end in a few days. However, the princes had already decided on the day of the results of the Great Calculation Division, and the 9th prince, Lu Tan, was the one who had the last laugh. On the morning of the 7th day of the 4th month, the imperial edict first arrived at Cheongyu Lu, conferring Lu Tan the title of Prince Jing, ordering him to leave the palace and build his own mansion, skipping over the imperial prince's mansion and directly building a duke's mansion. Lu Tan became the third among the many princes to be conferred the title of king, 8 years earlier than the fourth prince Jiao, who was conferred the title at the age of 24, and 3 years earlier than the seventh prince Ning, who was conferred the title at the age of 20. Temporarily disregarding the turbulence on the river of Chunlan, not long after Lu Tan was bestowed the title of Wang, another edict arrived at the Xia Jiangbi guest house in the north of the city. The daughter of the head of the Xia Jiang family, Xia Jiangmin, was to be Jing Wang Shufei, and a date was to be chosen for the wedding. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xia Jiangmin got up from the ground with the help of a maid. She stepped forward and took the imperial edict from the eunuch's hand. Then she heard people congratulating her. She knew this day would come. She held the heavy gold foil scroll and stood under the sun. She was still absent-minded for a moment. The position of fourth sister, who was supposed to be dead, was replaced by her. Xia Jiang He-lang stepped forward to greet the people from the palace. Seeing the crowd of onlookers outside the door, he waved his hand to signal the servants to send his daughter back to the backyard. At the same time, Yu Shu, who was squeezed outside the door, saw Xia Jiangying turn around and leave with the crowd. With a complicated expression, she retreated to a tree across the street. When the crowd in front of Xia Jiang's guest house had died down, she quickly walked up before the door was closed. Xia Jiang He-lang was talking to two stewards in the hall when he heard a servant report from outside. Reporting to second master, "Miss Yu is outside and wants to see fifth young Mississippi." Yu Shu had been to Xia Jiang's house a few times. There were people at the door who recognized her. Normally, they would have invited her in for tea, but today was different from the past. When Xia Jiang Helang smelled that it was Yu Shu, he hesitated for a moment and then ordered, "Go and inform the young miss first. Take Miss Yu directly to the inner courtyard and don't neglect her." "Yes." After 10 minutes. Yu Shu followed a maidservant to the backyard of the guest house and entered a boudoir. At first glance, she saw Xia Jiangmin sitting on a tea chair waiting for her. She had changed into a pink lotus dress with butterfly sleeves and beautiful hairpins. She was exceptionally beautiful today with a thin layer of powder on her face, but her eyes were a little dim and listless. "Ming Ming." Hearing the voice, Xia Jiangmin came back to her senses. When she saw Yushu walking in, she quickly got up to greet her. "Ashu, you're here." Yushu saw that there was no joy on her face, so she didn't take the initiative to congratulate her. She put one hand on her shoulder, avoided the maids behind her, and asked in a low voice, "I received a letter from you this morning. What happened?" Xia Jiangmin's expression changed. She turned her head and delicately instructed the people outside, "I want to whisper something to Miss Yu. All of you guard the door. Don't serve the refreshments. Who dares to barge in? Be careful or I'll punish you severely." After saying that, she motioned for Yushu to go upstairs with her. The second floor wasn't big. After walking through the stairs, there was a flower arrangement hall. Ancient vases, calligraphy, paintings, flowers, and silverware were all arranged according to feng shui. Xia Jiangmin took Yushu to sit side by side on a chaise longue. Under Yushu's suspicious gaze, she bit her pink lips and nervously said, "I took a nap yesterday and was haunted by a nightmare. In the dream, I dreamed of a dead person and saw a woman. She was pushed down from a tall building and fell to her death. This time, I saw her back clearly. That woman seemed to be wearing the regular clothes of a female student from your Taisha library. I was afraid that something had happened to you, so I hurriedly sent someone to find you." Xia Jiangmin could dream of death, but there were no signs of it. She often dreamed of people she didn't know, but it was just a hazy scene, which was of no help at all. Therefore, even though she had such a strange talent, she was not valued by the Xia Jiang clan, who had the legendary technique of sensing dreams. Just like this time, although she had a dream, she didn't know who it was. She could only judge that it was someone from Taisha library from their clothes. Knowing that Yushu was now in Taisha library, she hurriedly found her to discuss it. Chao Yiling had just died 2 days ago. When Yushu heard that Xia Jiangmin had dreamed of someone being killed in Taisha library again, she was shocked and asked, "Tell me in detail. When was the woman who fell from the building in your dream killed? Are there any other characteristics?" Xia Jiangmin recalled and didn't look good. It should have happened at night. It was upstairs, and there was a lamp hanging at the end of the corridor. I saw that the woman was wearing the same clothes as my fourth sister. They were both tailor-made clothes from Taisha library. However, my fourth sister was wearing a light yellow shirt at that time, and that woman was wearing pink, so I couldn't see her face clearly. Oh, yes, she had a pink begonia on the back of her hair. Yushu looked suspicious and said, "Did you remember correctly?" "As far as I know, there seems to be no red or pink in the regular clothes of the female students of Taisha library." In the past few days, she walked around in the academy and saw that most of the female students in the previous years liked to wear regular clothes to show their identity. There were light yellow clothes, pea green clothes, and even moon white clothes, but she had never seen pink clothes. What about the new female students who were admitted this year? What style of clothes are they? Xia Jiangmin asked. They were measured on the day of admission, but they haven't been issued yet. Yushu frowned. After saying this, she and Xia Jiangmin were silent. After a moment of silence, Xia Jiangmin looked at Yushu with a worried face and warned, "Anyway, you must be careful." According to her dream, the woman who was pushed down the building was most likely a new student this year. Yushu said in a low voice, "What about the murderer? What do you remember?" Xia Jiangmin shook her head. "I only saw a black shadow reach out from behind and push her down. After all, it was a dream." Xia Jiangmin's memory was limited, so Yushu couldn't ask more. She couldn't help but sigh. Xia Jiangmin smiled bitterly and said, "It's all my fault for being useless. What nonsense are you talking about?" Yushu interrupted her, "It's already amazing that you can predict this in advance. To tell you the truth, someone died in Taisha library the night before." "Ah." Xia Jiangmin didn't expect to hear such bad news. Yu Shu then told her about the murder that happened on the observatory. When she said that she and Xan Lu were the first to find the body at night, Xia Jiangmin couldn't help but clench her hand. She didn't say anything for a long time until Yu Shu finished. Yu Shu found that her face was pale and thought that she was scared. She shook her and said, "Mingming." Xia Jiangmin took a deep breath and sniffed. She lowered her head sadly. "I think of my fourth sister again. Miss Chow is the same as my fourth sister. They are both poor people." Xia Jiangying's death was indeed tragic. Yu Shu didn't know how to comfort her. She could only pull her hand out and pat her weak shoulder. She didn't deliberately mention that she was now living in the room where Xia Jiangying was killed. The two sat quietly for a while with their own thoughts. After Xia Jiangmin calmed down, she wiped the corners of her eyes with her sleeve and said to Yu Shu seriously, "You also know about my fourth sister's death. You and I know how many strange and unjust things are buried in it. Seeing that something is going to happen in Taisher Library, you must be careful of those villains." Speaking of this, her expression changed and her eyebrows suddenly became firm. "Today, the imperial edict has come down. My marriage with the ninth prince is a foregone conclusion. It will be more difficult for me to go out in the future, so I can't help you for a while. However, there is still a long way to go." Yu Shu looked at Xia Jiangmin, who spoke in a meaningful tone in front of her. She could still vaguely see the shadow of the arrogant and naive girl in the past, but she didn't know when it began to fade away. At noon, Yu Shu declined Xia Jiangmin's kindness. She didn't stay in Xia Zhang's guest house for lunch. She went out to find Lao Chui's carriage and rushed back to Taisher Library. Shui Rui met several academicians and several students who had interacted with Chao Yuling in the morning. After asking about some things, he met Yu Shu on the way back to the observatory. "Shu." Shui Rui saw Yu Shu passing through the corridor from a distance. He quickly walked a few steps and called her. Yu Shu was thinking while walking. Hearing Shui Rui's call, she turned around and saw him passing through the garden. She stopped and waited for him to come closer. She habitually called out, "Brother." Shui Rui waved his hand to dismiss the two bodyguards who followed behind him. He walked to the side of the corridor without an exit. Separated by a fence, he asked her, "How was it? Did you see Academician Fong?" "I didn't go this morning." Yu Shu saw Shui Rui's suspicious look. She hesitated and told him, "I went to Xia Zhang's guest house." Shui Rui then remembered that Yu Shu received a letter at the entrance of the library in the morning. He asked with concern, "Did something happen?" Yu Shu shook her head and said, "It's not a big deal. Just a false alarm." Yu Shu couldn't be blamed for hiding the truth from Shui Rui. Xia Jiangmin's innate talent of dreaming and living was a secret, and there weren't many people in the entire Xia Jiang clan that knew about it. As someone who knew about it, it was even more impossible for Yu Shu to easily tell others about it without the permission of the person involved. She lied without batting an eyelid. Shui Rui did not think much of it. "It's good that you're fine. You can go visit Academician Fong tomorrow morning." Visiting Academician Fong was important. Most of the new students did not know the rules. If they went to visit Academician Fong in the afternoon, it would be disrespectful. Yu Shu agreed. She thought of another matter and changed the topic. She said, "Oh, that's right. When I went to Xia Zhang's guest house, the palace issued an imperial edict. His Majesty has arranged a marriage between the 9th prince and the 5th miss of Xia Jiang. I heard that the 9th prince has been bestowed the title of Wangye." When did this happen? A prince being bestowed the title of Wangye was a big deal. Her performance at the Double Suns gathering could be considered as a contributor to Lu Tan's promotion. Logically, such a big deal should have been heard of. Shui Rui was not surprised when he heard this. He seemed to have expected it. He said calmly, "It should be an edict issued today. You just happened to run into it. Presumably, the ninth prince will send a letter to inform you of this good news later." The affairs of the world were impermanent. Some people cried and some people laughed. The body of the person died and the bones were not cold yet on the other side. Yushu was sighing with emotion in her heart, yet in the blink of an eye, she saw Shui Rui pass a piece of paper made of wood to her. "What is this?" "The birth date of Miss Chow. Didn't you say you would help me investigate the case?" Yushu raised her head and looked at Shui Rui's slightly playful expression. It was obvious that he didn't believe that she could do anything to this dead man's horoscope. She raised her eyebrows and caught that piece of paper with 2 fingers. Chapter 411. In the afternoon, Shui Rui first went to the Supreme Court to report the case, while Yushu stayed in the Wangji Tower and studied Chow Yuling's 8 characters of birth. Her law of time of calamity was different from ordinary disguise. Even if a person died, she could still calculate the disasters that the person had experienced during his or her lifetime from the 8 characters of birth in this life. It didn't take long for Yushu to calculate a series of disasters from the time of calamity a few days before Chow Yuling was killed. As expected, the result of the calculation was almost the same as her previous guess. Chow Yuling first committed the disaster of love, and then she was targeted by a villain. So she suffered an undeserved disaster, which led to a fatal disaster. She couldn't escape. Committing a disaster of love and committing a villain were both kinds of crimes. In the examples of time of calamity collected by Yushu, they were relatively common. Usually, if one of them was encountered alone, it would not be life-threatening. However, when 2 disasters met, it could easily lead to death. The day of Chow Yuling's disaster of love happened to be the day when she entered the LoveLore Library in April to pay respects to the academician. It was not difficult to guess that this disaster of love was caused by Jing Qin. This also explained why she sneaked to the observatory in the middle of the night just because of a note that imitated Jing Chen's handwriting. And the villain should have discovered Chow Yuling's feelings for Jing Chen, so he made good use of it and lured her with a note. This was the first time Yushu had used the law of the time of calamity on a dead person, and the effect was better than she had expected. This was because not only did she deduce the entire process of how Chow Yuling brought about her death from the time of calamity, she also came to a crucial conclusion, which was something that both Shui Rui and herself were uncertain about: the murderer's target was indeed Jing Qin. Just when Yushu was lost in thought because of this conclusion, the maid Xiaodia's crisp voice came from outside the door. "Miss, the young master is back. Please come downstairs for dinner." "Got it, I'll go down later." Yushu folded a few pieces of paper on the table and put them into her sleeves. She washed the charcoal ink on her hands and went downstairs to find Shui Rui. At this time, the sky is dark and the room downstairs has already been lit. Yushu enters the room. Shui Rui had just changed his clothes and was tidying up his sleeves as he walked out of the inner room. "Big brother. Take a seat." As soon as he sat down, Shui Rui asked, "I heard that you stayed in the room for the whole afternoon. Did you figure out anything from Miss Chow's horoscope?" Yushu nodded and said, "I was about to tell you." Shui Rui asked casually. He knew that she would not speak without thinking. His curiosity was aroused again. Looking at her slightly tired face, he did not rush to ask. Instead, he said, "Let's eat first. We'll talk later." "Yes." The dishes were served. These few meals were mainly light. Although Yushu didn't have much of an appetite, she still ate until she was 70% full. After the meal, Shui asked the servant to tidy up the study next door. He put on a tea table, fragrant tea, and a plate of fragrant fruits. Then he and Yushu moved over to talk. The two sat on a horizontal couch. There was a small carved square table in the middle. Shui put one arm on the table and poured tea with the other hand. The small flower and bird cup emitted a white mist of tea. He squinted his eyes and sniffed it. Then he put the cup in front of her with 2 fingers and asked, "What did you find?" Yushu put her hand on the slightly warm cup and said while thinking carefully, "I'm sure that Miss Chow's death was innocent. The murderer chose Jing Qin as the target. It was also because she admired Jing Qin, so it was convenient for her to use him." Hearing that she was so sure of her conclusion, Shui couldn't help but ask, "Why do you think so?" Yushu raised her head and looked at him. There was a trust in her eyes that she didn't even realize. "In fact, I know a strange skill. I can calculate the birth date of the dead and know something about them when they were alive." Shui was a knowledgeable person. When he heard Yushu's claim, he was immediately surprised. Yesterday, they talked about the strange skill of yin and yang and laughed at it. But today, she told him with certainty that she could calculate the birth date of the dead. For a magistrate like him who dealt with murder cases and dead people all day, it was like a thunder on the ground. He was speechless for a moment. Yushu thought that Shui didn't believe her. In order to prove that she was not lying, she put down the teacup, stood up and walked to the desk. She took a pen and paper and turned back to him. "Brother, you have dealt with a lot of murder cases. I often read the case files of you, so there must be a few cases that are still fresh in your memory. Whether it was a murder or an accident, you might as well tell me the birth date of the dead person and the date of death. I can immediately infer the cause of death." Actually, it wasn't that Shui doubted Yushu's ability. However, the things she spoke of were things he'd never heard of, and it had indeed caused him to be surprised. While he was doubtful, he told her the horoscope of a deceased person. There was a dead person whose birth date was on. He looked at Yushu who was facing him and writing on the paper. He didn't say a word, but he was very nervous. After about a cup of tea, he suddenly saw Yushu stop writing. He couldn't help but sit up straight. If the birth date is right, this person was not killed. He should have drowned himself. He either fell into a lake or a river, or jumped into a well. Yushu turned her head and looked at Shui who was tongue-tied as if he had seen a ghost. She couldn't help but smile. She blinked at him and asked a question even though she already knew the answer. "Am I right?" Shui was speechless for a while and said in a deep voice, "You calculate again. There was a dead person who died on the 5th day of the 7th month last year. The birth date was..." Yushu curled her lips and continued to calculate. After another cup of tea, she said, "This person lost his life for money. He was murdered by a sharp weapon." Such an accurate deduction could be said to be a coincidence if it happened once, but it was inconceivable if it happened twice. Shui took a deep breath, and as he gazed at Yushu who had a relaxed expression, the astonishment on his face slowly faded away, and he fell into deep contemplation. Yushu casually scribbled on the paper on the table, threw the pen away, walked back to his side, and sat down. She drank the cup of cold tea in one gulp, leaned sideways on the coffee table, supported her head with one hand, and looked at him with a half-smile. "Now you believe me." Shui couldn't help but sigh in admiration when he saw her. "I've always been curious. Who is the master who taught you?" It wasn't that he didn't want to know about Yushu's experience of learning Yi. It was just that she was very wary of it and seemed to be a taboo. He didn't dare to ask too much because he was afraid that it would raise her guard. "I'm also curious about who he is," Yushu muttered softly. Daoist Qing Zhang's origin was still a mystery. Although her time of calamity law was coincidentally obtained by her, the foundation was built on the mystical algebra mnemonic formula that Daoist Qing Jing taught her. In other words, if she hadn't met Qing Jing, she wouldn't be where she was today. One shouldn't forget one's roots. What did you say? Shui Rui didn't hear her muttering clearly. Yu Shu shook her head. She didn't want to fool Shui Rui like she did with Lu Yi, so she told someone about Qing Jing for the first time. It's natural that you're curious. With my background, poor aptitude, and bad fate, if I hadn't met Master in Yang City, who knows where I would be living my days. It's a pity that he hid his identity and told me an alias. He didn't allow me to tell anyone about him. We were separated in Yang City. Master wandered far away and I don't know where he went. I can't tell you about him clearly. Shui Rui was already surprised to hear her talk about this experience. How could he ask for more? Seeing that she was unhappy, he considerately changed the topic. It's okay if you can't tell me clearly. Didn't we just talk about the murder in the library? Go on. Yu Shu came back to her senses. She put down her hands and sat up straight. She said seriously, as I said before, the murderer's target is Jing Qin. That's why he chose a female student who was in love with him. Miss Chow was plotted against by a villain. She went to the appointment because of that note. Based on this deduction, regardless of who the man who knows martial arts is, I'm sure that the person who passed the note to her is someone from the Taisha library. Firstly, he has seen Miss Chow. Secondly, he must have seen her feelings for Jing Qin. Speaking of this, her voice suddenly became cold. Miss Chow is a new student this year. Jing Qin is a new academician this year. They have only met a few times. Their love affair only happened in these few days. The person who has such eyesight to detect it must be someone who is proficient in physiognomy. Shui Rui's face darkened. His eyes suddenly became fierce. The person in his mind was clear. It's her. Yu Shu played with the flower and bird mug and smirked. Brother, why don't you go and check tomorrow? Among the more than 30 students who have been apprenticed to our Daoist, how many of them have the ability to know their hearts just by looking at their faces? A fox would always show its tail. She liked to do this kind of thing. After being instructed by Yu Shu, Shui Rui went to the Taisha library early the next morning. He sent someone to find Jing Qin to collect his confession. At the same time, Yu Shu was carrying 2 cups of good tea. She was inquiring about the location of Academician Fang's lecture in the inner yard. She had to finish the admission before the pink uniform was distributed. Only then could she focus on what was going to happen next. Yu Shu went all the way to the east side of the garden. She walked across a small bridge and a stream. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a zither. From afar, she saw a pine tree surrounded by more than a dozen mats. There were men and women sitting there quietly, listening to an old man in gray playing the zither under the tree. The sound of the zither was very strong. It was not good or bad, but Yu Shu thought it was not bad. Knowing that the old man was Fang Zijing, Yu Shu did not want to interrupt the sound of the zither. She stood at the end of the bridge and waited for him to finish playing. Who knew that the sound of the zither would continue for a long time without stopping? Seeing this, Yu Shu's legs were tired. She looked around and retreated to the pier of the bridge. She used her sleeve to wipe away the dust and sat down. Clang! The sound of the zither rose and stopped abruptly right after she sat down. She looked suspiciously under the tree and saw that the old man had stood up without her noticing. He waved his wide sleeves and pointed his finger at the bridge, shouting in a loud voice, "You little boy, come here." You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.